All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, you may call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case CBC 2020-06, the Special Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krasniqi.
Good morning, everyone. Today we will continue hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W04765. All of the accused are in court today. Madam Usher, please bring the witness in. Good morning, witness.
Good morning.
Testimony, I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, please feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will attempt to clarify. Also, please try to remember to indicate the basis of your knowledge of the facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth as stated by you in your solemn declaration. Please also remember to speak into the microphone and to wait 5 seconds before answering a question and speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. If you feel the need to take a break, please make an indication and we will do our best to accommodate you. We will continue with questions by Judge Mitro. Judge.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Good morning, witness. Can the registry please bring up P716? So do you recall being shown this document by Mr. Emerson, and I showed it to you again yesterday? Do you recall it?
Just a second, please. Yes.
Do you accept, as you told Mr. Emerson, that you are the author of this document, yes?
Yes, I do.
13th of November of 2023, that's page 9972 to 9973, you had this exchange with Mr. Emerson that I want to ask you about. Mr. Emerson asked you this. He was pointing to the point 1 in that information. Can you focus on that, point 1? And he said,
Yes.
Beneath that, it talks about the accidental death of a soldier in the Nero-Dime zone by another soldier who is now serving a sentence and is awaiting the determination of his responsibility by the same court. And Mr. Emerson went on to suggest, but, Mr. Ali Tiaha, there was no court of second instance on 8 February 99, was there? And your answer is, you are putting one before the other. And this is not unintentional, because before this, there was a request publicly made to the general staff asking for courts to be established in order to deal with disciplinary matters regarding soldiers. We were having soldiers who had loaded weapons and accidentally would wound, kill people. So in our opinion, courts had to be established. This was thought if the war lasted 1, 2, or 3 years. Otherwise, there were no courts. Do you recall having that exchange with Mr. Emerson?
Yes, I do. That's accurate. This is how I said it. But if possible, I wanted to add a sentence. It is mostly a suggestion. It is mostly in the shape of a threat to soldiers, just to make them aware of the fact that they have to be cautious of such occasions not to happen. Because I had heard that something happened in Aradima, but I didn't know who the person was. And this is the reason that I wrote that second part there, just to make it serve as a threatening to the soldiers. Everything that you read is accurate. I have to add that.
Correctly, you are suggesting that you were concerned that such events could occur, and as a result, you asked for courts to be established. Is that what we should understand?
Very true. The purpose for that was to be preventive.
To have courts set up to deal with these sort of situations.
Logically speaking, when mistakes happen, there should be person that should be held accountable for what they do, and disciplining rules cannot be established without having courts in place. So we asked for the courts, we wanted the courts to be established, but we were far from establishing them.
So in the example you gave, if a careless soldier would kill someone and you had no courts, what would you do with him?
The maximum we would do is to demobilize the person, to remove the weapon, to take away the uniform, and discharge him from his tasks. That was the measure that we could take against such a person.
Emerson, that there was a request publicly made to the general staff asking for courts to be established in order to deal with disciplinary matters regarding soldiers. What did you refer to there?
What you just read, nothing more, nothing less.
So that, the documents we have in front of us, is the public request you were referring to, or was there another?
No, that was another letter.
That you sent to the general staff?
We prepared that for the general staff. I don't know on whether it reached the general staff or not. So it was very difficult for us to know on whether such notices or such letters arrived in the general staff, because the general staff was moving time and again. I hope and I think that it reached the general staff, but I can't say that for a fact.
Because you understood them to be the competent authorities to create courts within the KLA, correct?
We always thought that the general staff was a general authority, and we have expected rules, regulations, orders, laws, decisions to be issued, but they were not issued.
Battalion, brigade, or zone level, you did not have the authority to create courts. Is that correct?
Shumë korrekt është.
That's very correct. All we could do is just come up with 2 or 3 regulations at the zone level. We could not otherwise issue disciplinary rules or regulations for the soldiers.
Document, and if the registry can please bring up SPOE 00232491 to SPOE 00232492 ET, and it's the same ERN for the Albanian version. So I'll give you a moment to read the documents. Once you've reached the end of the first page, let me know. There's a second page that I would like to ask you about as well. Just take the time to read it and tell me when you're at the bottom of the page.
Dokumentit asgjë si mungon përpos nënshkrimit.
The only thing that is missing in the document is the signature, but I don't know where the courts were. Probably somebody has hidden them. But I am telling you that these courts never existed. If such courts existed, I would be thrilled. I mean, I don't know these persons. I don't know of the existence of the courts. So Turkuzi with the last name Korfuzi. So I can distinguish something from the last name, but I can't relate the name with the last name. So there was no court of first instance or other instances. I don't know what to say.
The case that there's no courts you know of, would that be fair?
Unë nuk kam pas dieni.
I don't know of any court. So I'm surprised to hear today that there were courts.
So again, take a moment to read this page, sir. Do you agree that on its face, sir, first it bears a number, 799, and it's dated the 2nd of February of 1999. It comes from the military or the General Military Prosecutor of the Kosovo Liberation Army, and it refers to criminal charge number 039 of 1st February 1999 of the military police of the Pastrik operational zone, again Osman Berat Korpuzi of Shala village. Do you see that?
Shifet mirë dhe është
Yes, that's clear. The way on how the document has been perceived is good, the construction of the document is good, but again, I'm telling you that I was not aware that such a thing existed. I am convinced that they did not exist. And again, in the second paragraph, they say that this was based on this and that law. But what law are they talking about? Only international law, because we didn't have other laws. I don't understand. I've never seen this document. I've not ever heard about the story that is told in this document.
And this one is a decision from the military court. It's called the military or the General Military Court College. It's translated in English. It bears the same number as the previous document, 799. And this one is dated 11 February 1999, and it refers back to the document we saw a moment ago. Do you agree?
Zoti Gjukas.
Your Honor, please do you understand me well? As we speak, Kosovo doesn't have a military court. It doesn't have a college or a panel, no judges of a military court. I mean, how is it possible to have this type of a court back then? I'm surprised. So this is how it reads. The structure of the paper is okay, but I mean, we don't even have today such military courts. Today, 25 years later, we don't have a military court.
Who is subject to the procedure is being prosecuted for desertion. Is that correct?
Shumë qartë është shkruar.
That's what it reads. It's very clear. And that would have been okay if a court existed. But I don't understand on why this has been written. But I'm convinced that such a court did not exist back then. We don't have a court of that nature as we speak today.
Page, please. There are two names there. One is Shkelzen Ahmeti as head of the college, it's called, the court, and Vjolca Mali. Am I right? Are you familiar with either of these names?
Këtë emrin e Vjolca Mali.
The name of Vjolca Mali, I saw in another decision that you showed me yesterday, the decision of the chief of staff of Bislim Zurabi. She's a minute taker. The name, I saw this name for the first time yesterday. Whereas about Shkelzen Ahmeti, I don't know this person. I have not known him back then, and I don't know him to the day.
The name of Vjolca Mali was in SPOE 00248502 that I showed you yesterday. Now, do you agree that, again, on the face of that document, this is in effect an appeal from the decision of the military prosecutor, where the appeal is rejected? Do you agree with that?
Sipas gjithë strukturës,
According to the structure of the document, because I'm a lawyer by profession, the wording of the document is okay, but the person who has written it, that's imaginary in nature. I'm not aware of the fact that there was a structure or a body of this nature that was called a military court or a military prosecution office. We didn't have lawyers, we didn't have judges, we didn't have prosecutors. There was just one person, Sokoldo Bruna, who was a legal advisor, who provided advice or probably took decisions, I don't know. But there was no court. There was no physical facility to say that this facility, this house or this building was a court. So if there was such a thing as a court, we would have learned that for 1.5 years during the war.
An example of a two-tiered legal system. In other words, there's a decision by a military prosecutor and an appeal to a military court. Do you accept that?
në bazë të shkruarës ashtu
On its face, this is how it appears.
Nothing about these procedures, institutions, or laws. Is that your evidence?
E vërtet është.
Yes, that's true.
Last issue I want to ask you about is to be sure that we understand exactly what you are saying. You are saying that you are not aware of any prison or detention facility in the Pashtric zone in 1998 or 1999. Is that correct?
Kështu është.
That's correct.
At no point, if I understand your evidence correctly, did you ever hear of civilians being detained within your area of responsibility, and I mean the Budakova area?
Jo.
No.
I can take it from that you would dispute any suggestion that you yourself ordered the arrest of civilians, correct?
Jo, që s'du të pranoj, po t'ish
If something of this nature were true, I would order an internal life imprisonment for myself. I have protected 200,000 civilians in the Pashtric area, and this is far from the truth. I've never dealt with people that were not able to protect themselves, be them of different minorities, be them of the Albanian ethnic origin or other ethnic origins as well.
And if I understand your evidence, that would not be possible because there was no military police to ask to arrest and no place to detain civilians, correct?
Zoti Gjukas, ne
Your Honor, we didn't have prisons, we didn't have prison facilities. We didn't have any structure in place for the prison to exist, such as, for instance, prosecution offices, courts, the police, guardians. We didn't have things of this nature. There was no order to. If somebody has ordered for a civilian to be arrested or to be detained, please give a sentence against that person, whoever that person is, to the maximum of the punishment that there exists out there.
Detention facility on the outskirts of Budakova, right? In 98 or in 99?
kur s'ka pas.
Never, ever. No.
I never heard of a detention facility at or near the home of Lumni Palushi, right?
Jo, jo.
No, no.
Ambulant mjekësor.
There was an outpatient clinic at the Palushis, but no detention house or no detention facility for that matter.
Thank you, witness.
I have no questions. Thank you, Judge.
All right, Mr. Potch, do you have any questions that arise from the judge's questioning?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Emerson, I think you started off, so you will start off this phase.
I've just a couple of matters, if I may. One of them is being prepared to my left with the call-up number, so there may be a slight delay. I want to just ask you some further questions on some of the matters that the judges have raised with you. And both of the issues that I want to ask you about relate to the questions that you were asked by Judge Barter on the right-hand side of the judge's bench from where you sit. Now, you were asked yesterday morning by Judge Barter about the process by which the provisional government of Kosovo involved appointments from people that had previously been in the general staff. Do you remember that part of the question?
Po, më kujtohet si pyetje.
Yes, I remember that.
Whether Mr. Vasili, when he took up his role in the provisional government, was replaced by somebody else as the head of the ZKZ or ZKZ in the Kosovo Liberation Army General Staff. You were specifically asked, and this is, I'm still on the provisional transcript, I'm afraid, page 45, line 16. Judge Barter asked you, so you cannot say whether Mr. Vasili was replaced or whether he was dismissed from the General Staff. Is that your testimony? And you replied, that's correct. Mr. Vasili can answer exactly when, and the Chief of Staff, Agim Cheku, they can say if somebody was appointed there. Word has it that somebody was there, but I don't know who that person might have been. That's correctly stating your evidence. Is it?
Kjo është, do të shtoja,
I would add something else to this. I have heard that somebody replaced him, but I don't know who that person was, and I just didn't want to guess. I don't know the name of the person, and this is the reason why I said that the Chief of Staff, Agim Shehu, might know that. I can't guess, because I don't know who that person was. I don't know the name.
I was picking up the remark which appears on the transcript where you say, word has it that somebody was, and you're confirming now that you had heard that somebody was appointed as head of intelligence within the KLA General Staff to replace the role of Mr. Vasili when he became part of the provisional government. Is that right? That's what you heard.
ka mundësi të jetë ashtu, po unë
It's possible to be that way, but I was not sure because I didn't know the name, I didn't know the decision that was taken to replace him. It's just a guessing on my end. So about the things that I know for a fact, I've said that I know for a fact.
Can I please call up DKV 0806, single page, and it's both the Albanian and the English translation on that ERN number. I think yes, it should all be visible on one. If we could just make it a little smaller so we can see the headings. Now, this we can see in the top left-hand corner is coming from the Kosovo Liberation Army General Staff ZKZ service on the 4th of May of 1999. You see that on the top left?
po e shoh.
Yes, I do.
Addressed, and we can see this, the next line down on the right, to the Prime Minister and the Minister of Defence. You see that?
Po.
Yes.
The content, the subject is information, and it reads, the Directorate for Intelligence and Counterintelligence, based on the information/data it possesses, informs that the situation in Kosovo may soon change, so it may come to the intervention of ground forces. Based on what was said above, we issue this information. At the end of this week and the beginning of next week, Great Britain is sending a commando unit and Marine Special Forces to the territorial waters of Albania. Their starting point is Plymouth. Their transportation is done with the ocean ship. The combat force is 1,000 commandos. With them will also be the gunners. 15 Chinook or Sea King helicopters are on the ship. The ocean will be the platform of their action and massive invasion with helicopters. Attacks of helicopters after the approval of the plan will act in the rear on the back of the enemy. The ocean ship will be joined by the Fearless warship, which is specially equipped for landing on the water's edge and uses small combat vehicles. Then there's a handwritten remark which is a bit difficult to decipher, I'm afraid, other than it starts with the words the Commando Battle Group. And then we see immediately after that, and it's easier to see in the original because the name is included. We see Chief of the ZKZ service, Mensur Kasumi. You see that with a signature.
Yes, I know the name. I don't know the person, but I've heard of the name. So there is a signature to the document. The information is complete. There is an explanation of this information. It can be this way, but I didn't know that for a fact. So that's why I can't say for sure.
At least by reputation, Mensur Kasumi, is that right?
Yes. As a name, yes.
Can you tell us anything more about him?
Nuk e di ky ka qenë dikun.
He was somewhere in the Shala zone, soldier that is. He probably is from Vushtri area by origin, but I did not have any contact with him. But as a name, it is familiar.
Prior military experience fighting in Bosnia.
Po kom dëgju që ka
I did hear that he was an officer, yes.
Focus of the intelligence service within the General Staff, it's clear, isn't it, from the content of this letter that Mensur Kasumi, who was by then in fact the head of the General Staff Intelligence, was passing on highly confidential military information that he had received concerning proposed British military manoeuvres in support of the KLA, or rather in opposition to President Milosevic.
Unë nuk kam pas
I did not come across any document originating from him, neither was I informed of a document. I did not know him as a person before the war or during the war. I never came into contact with him. I knew he was an officer. I don't know that he replaced Kadri Veseli, but I see on this document that that was the case.
Specifically from the content of the document, I appreciate you've never seen it, but that's not an objection in this court to inviting comment. Looking at the content of the document, it's clear, isn't it, that this is a role that involves liaising with foreign military sources, because it's got advanced knowledge of the deployment of British forces to the region of Albania. Liaison with foreign intelligence. Would you agree?
Kështu duket në dokument.
That's what this document suggests. I would have liked that he really knew this information. We did expect the alliance forces to bring us weapons, but unfortunately they didn't. But the bombing did take place.
Isn't it, this information?
Papa.
Yes. You can tell that he's a military.
From your experience, governments engaged in international armed conflict don't normally publicise the details of where they intend to deploy particular warships and hardware in advance, do they? That's confidential information, isn't it?
Habit faktiskt sen också.
I'm surprised by the fact that there's no confidentiality marking, discreet, underlined. It should have been marked like that.
Have a confidentiality mark. Yeah, may well be it should have.
Papperdokument.
Yes, I mean the document.
Thank you for that. I'd like to have that please marked for identification. Can I now...
Mark for identification, are you admitting it,
I'll
tendering
I
it?
will be tendering it in
Okay,
due course,
all
yes. And the second document I want to turn to, please could I call up DKV 0807 to 0814, that's the page range. Now, while that's being done, I'm not going to ask you yet about the document. I just want to have it there for us. And for your honours, this has been provided by the Swiss authorities, and it's Mr. Vasili's passport records.
It's on a new queue. Yes.
These are documents that we've released in response to questions that have been asked by the judges. Very well. Now, pausing there. That page is not loaded? No. Very well, don't worry. You were asked by Judge Barter how you could know that Mr. Vasili was not in the country, given that whilst you were at the General Staff, you left for a period during the Ratchak massacre on the 15th of January. Do you remember that?
Well,
You gave
Yes.
the time that you were there from the beginning of December until you accompanied him back into the country in April. That was your recollection. But specifically, you were challenged by Judge Barter on the basis that in the middle of January, there was the Ratchak massacre, and you left the headquarters, and you were away for some time. Can you remember how long it was you were away at the time of Ratchak?
minimum är
5 days at a minimum. I don't think it was longer than that. The Ratchak battle lasted for 4 days. I arrived on the second day of the battle following the massacre. We then battled for 4 days. This was it. And then I went to the General Staff.
That would have been roughly between the 15th and the 19th. Is that what you're suggesting? Because the massacre, I believe, was perpetrated on the 15th. Is that right? Serbian massacre.
ashtu.
That's right.
Before that, you left in response to the news of the 15th.
Unë shkova për të
I went there to help the population in Ratchak and to fight the Serbian forces for those 4 days. I did not abandon the area. I left because abandoning during the war is something different. I went to fight in Rechak. I hope you understand.
To pin down. You would have left the General Staff on the 15th, is that right? And been away until about the 19th. Internal page 0810. It's the lower half of the page. Are they on a single page? Sorry, they're slightly, it appears slightly different to mine. Yes, that is the correct page, sorry. So we can see there that this is a visa and entry stamp for Mr. Vasily to enter Slovenia, between the 13th and the 18th of January. Can you see the date of the, towards the bottom of the page? There's the date of entry and then there's the handwritten date of departure. Can you see that?
Yes, I see it.
Help you answer Judge Barter's question a bit more accurately about whether Mr. Vasily was in Kosovo during those dates?
I believe I've answered this question correctly to what I knew then and to what I know now. But this document maybe speaks louder than words because it has the entry and exit date. But I would say something else. Maybe Vasily from Slovenia went to Albania or France, but he was not at the general staff. This date shows that he was on the move, that he moved, but he was not at the staff.
Thank you. Apologise. Can that document also please be tendered, marked for identification, and both documents tendered for admission?
Any objection by the prosecution?
No objection to admission of both documents.
Both documents will be admitted and be assigned a exhibit number. Madam Court Officer.
Your Honor, the first document, DKV 0806, will be assigned exhibit number 2D17. And the second document, DKV 0807 to 0814, will be assigned exhibit number 2D18. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Gio.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, witness. Again, I just have a few brief questions for you, not very long, so just if you could bear with me a few moments. And I'm just going to touch on a few topics that came up with the judges and one with the prosecutor, okay? Just going back, and this is in no particular order, you talked in response to some questions by the judges about the meeting in Munich near the Albanian border with Ambassador Richard Holbrooke. Do you recall that?
Yes, I explained that meeting, which took place in Munich in June 1998 at the headquarters of the KLA in Munich with Haydin Abazi. I explained that at that moment he toured the armed forces, which were with uniforms, armed, and he observed that there was a liberation army and not what the Serbs called us before that, a terrorist organization, a religious organization, and so forth.
Something that you had briefly touched on was that the UNIC garrison, if you will, was well supplied because it was near the Albanian border with uniforms, weapons, etc., right?
Po, ata kanë pas ma lehtë edhe ma...
Yes, it was easier for them to provide themselves with uniforms and weapons because the terrain was better in that part.
My apologies for interrupting. So this meeting in Munich, I believe you told us, also took place in June of 1998. Is that right?
Po, kështu është.
Yes, that's right.
Your testimony here is not that throughout the rest of the KLA that they were well armed and well uniformed and had weapons in June of 1998, are you?
Nuk kanë qenë të gjitha pjesë që kanë...
Not all parts of the KLA were equally armed or uniformed. There were lacks of uniforms and weapons. But we were talking about this particular event at this particular location.
Sure. And at this point, I think you told us, without going into this, that you were in a period of forming your battalion in Budakova, and obviously the Maastricht operational zone as we knew it didn't come into effect till late in 98 into 1999, is that right?
Zonat janë kriju...
The zones, all of them were created towards the end of 1998 and beginning of 1999, especially in January 99. Until the end of 98, they were at the level of battalion and then transformed into level of brigade, and then the zones were created. In some areas there were sub-zones because they did not comprise more than 3 brigades, but in our area that was possible because at the beginning we had 5 brigades and at the very end we had 7 brigades.
Your establishment of the operational zone in Maastricht, we're talking about, for instance, Drini coming in, Commander Drini coming in December of 98, and then staying in as head of the operational zone commander into the early months of 1999. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Leaving the Albania or the Albanian Kosovo border, he had nominated Mr. Quadraku as his intel head. Intel chief, right?
Jo, nga ona kundër, para...
No, the other way around. Before you enter Kosovo from Albania, not before they went there.
Apologies on the flipping of those, but Drini, in fact, he was the one that nominated Quadraku and brought him in as his intel chief, right?
Po, me vendim e ka pa...
Yes, but he was given the decision after he entered Kosovo in January.
And you didn't have see any documents where that decision by Drini was putting Quadraku in that position. You haven't seen any documentation from the general staff approving that, have you?
Nuk e kom pa, po e kom ditë.
I didn't see any, but this was public knowledge for us in the zone. G2 was very important. G1 was administration personnel. Before G1 and other Gs, the G2 was appointed. That was the first of all the other Gs, and Quadraku was appointed with the G2.
Appointed to the head of G2 by Commander Drini, wasn't
it?
G2 at the zone level, G2.
Touch a couple of topics, and I'm going to shift gears here a bit and you were asked some questions by Judge Matro about Bliram Kuchi, and the document that I believe he was shown by Judge Matro was SPOE 00248507. I believe that's it. Excuse me, it is, and I believe that's a SPOE 00232-264. My apologies. If we can put that on the screen, I'll appreciate it. Now, this is a document that you've testified that you've never seen before concerning Bliram Kuchi, but if we can go to the second page, in the top paragraph, if we can you see that part that in the English it's approximately, it's about 3 lines down, and I believe it's 4 lines down in the Albanian. And it reads that on 11 of September 1998, do you see that, witness, where that is 11 of September 1998, following the enemy offensive in the Postrik operational zone, he, talking about Bliram Kuchi, dispersed Brigade 123, being its commander, and together with a number of soldiers, without a permit from the KLA General Staff, fled to Albania, and with this action seriously affected the soldiers' military morale by dropping their weapons and ammunitions, spreading fear, disorder, and confusion among the soldiers. Now, putting aside the document, witness, it is a fact, is it not, that Bliram Kuchi deserted his post in the face of a Serb attack in September of 1998, didn't he?
It is realistic, except for the date. It cannot be 11th of September. The Great Serb Offensive took place between 22nd and the 24th of August, and those that you named, deserted during this offensive. I think that 11th of September as a date is a late date. I don't know how it came to appear in this document. The offensive took place in August, and he was not in Kosovo after that battle. I was the commander of the brigade, and his last message to me was, take care of the civilians, they're unprotected, do something with the internationals, with the International Red Cross, explain to them that they are at risk, they run the risk of being massacred. And that was the last I heard from him. So he hadn't been there as of 24th of August. Although this date appears in this document, this is how I know that the events happened.
If I may, so his desertion took place between the 22nd and the 24th of August. Is that right?
That's right.
His desertion, the 123rd Brigade and members of the 123rd Brigade also fled to Albania with him in the face of this aggression by the Serbs, right?
Komplett staff I brigad.
The entire 123 Brigade staff left together for Albania. Well, since they left the battle, you cannot call it the other way, although it was a liberation voluntary-based army. When you leave, abandon battle, it's called desertion in military terms.
Here's a little bit, and I would like to just talk to you about a list that you were questioned about by the prosecution, and I believe also by Judge Matreau, and that would be P711 MFI. This is the list of individuals that was referred to by Judge Matreau. If we can put that on the screen. Do you recall this? Is this document being discussed in your testimony, both prior to court and also with Judge Matreau? Do you remember this, sir?
Më duket se e kom pa dje këtë.
I think I saw this document yesterday. I did not see it before that.
Showed you this document as well, did they not? Prior to your testimony here.
Mund t'ja
It could be, but I don't recall that. I remember seeing it yesterday.
Sir, when you were discussing this document with the SPO, did they ever tell you that that this document came from the Serb authorities? Did they tell you that?
jo, nuk e kom pa më herët.
No, I don't think I've seen this document before yesterday.
What I'm asking you is the where this document came from. Did the SPO tell you that they understood that this document has been received from Serbian authorities? Did they tell you that before they asked you any questions about this? In other words, the SPO is saying this document came from the Serbs.
Jo, zoti avokat.
No, counsel, I did not see this document. There's no addressee, no date when it was received, and I cannot speak about it because I don't know any of the names on it.
Aside the names, though, did anybody from the SPO tell you when they showed you this document that this document came from the Serb authorities? Did they ever tell you that?
Unë e thash edhe më
I already told you that this document was not shown to me. If I've ever seen it, that was yesterday, not before that.
A document that, in fact, you were shown by the SPO, and that is 1D71. Now, this is a document that wait till it comes up. This is a document that was shown to you by the SPO, and you said that you don't think and this comes from your preparation note on the 10th of November, and preparation note by the SPO, paragraph 12, preparation note number 2. You maintain that you didn't think this was a valid order, since the order is from the general staff and cannot be signed by or for Drini. You do not think there was a general staff meeting on 5 January as referred to this document, as he was in the J1 in the general staff at the time. Do you recall saying that to the prosecution?
Po, kështu I kom thonë.
Yes, this is what I said. Based on the structure of the document, it doesn't resemble a general staff document, and the signature on behalf of Ekrem Reja. The name of Ekrem Reja appears there, but Suleiman Kolchaku signed on his behalf. He was there for some time and left later, but this document has not been compiled by the General Staff. Interpreters note that the interpreter did not hear the position of the person that the witness mentioned.
I'm sorry, Judge, I'm not sure
We're not sure what exact person you're mentioning.
The position of Mr. Kolchaku, the witness mentioned it, but the interpreter did not hear it.
And did you say something about the position of Mr. Kochaku? Because there was some interpretation gap. Our apologies.
Po, këtu është
Yes. At the end of the page, we see the name Ekrem Reja, Commander Drini. However, the signature is of Suleiman Kolchaku, who signed on behalf of Ekrem Reja. He was deputy commander of the Pashrik operational zone at the time, and he was not authorized to sign documents on behalf of Ekrem Reja, let alone on behalf of the General Staff.
Paragraph notes it's talking about a meeting at the General Staff of the 5th of January of 99. Do you see that?
po, e kam pa dhe kam
Yes, I do. I saw that, and I said it before as well. There was no meeting because I was at the General Staff. If there was a meeting in another place, I can't tell. But speaking about the General Staff, there was no meeting held there. I'm not aware of any meetings being held there.
Which is SPOE 00226468 and 69. If we could put that on the screen, please.
Can we have the number again?
It's a SPOE 00226468. It was the document that was used by the prosecution. They had put it on their queue in redirect examination. It had not been on their queue initially.
Just in case it can assist, I'm looking at the transcript. The first document I put to the witness in this context is, and I'm not sure that's the one Mr. Kehoe wants, is SPOE 00227677, and then I turned to page 678, but I'm not sure if that's the same one.
I'm just reading what they gave us, which is these numbers are flying around, Judge. I'm just reading the number at the top of the page. That's all I can do.
Can we look at the one Mr. Potch just now indicated? Is that the one?
I'm sorry.
i njëjtë dokumenti, zoti avokat.
That's the same document. It's the same document. It's the handwritten document.
Is some type of notes and with an agenda. Now, if there was a meeting, look at the reporting down. You see names down there. If
Yes.
on the 5th of January, and you at this point, I take it, are in J1 on the 5th of January, you're not invited, or you're not there, are you?
Normalisht të këndasht me ftuar se
They should have invited me because Adem Grabovci was not there. It was myself instead. But I don't know whether this meeting took place in another facility, because there were other facilities as well. But when it comes to the general staff, I'm not aware that such a meeting took place there. And I was not attending it, for sure.
Thaçi at this point is gone, isn't he?
He was away. I don't know where he went, but he was not there.
But also in this list, there is no Hashim Thaçi listed either.
No, he's not there. He's not mentioned.
I believe that you had testified previously during this entire time frame from November to in March, where Hashim Thaçi was the face of KLA diplomacy throughout the world, wasn't he?
He contacted the war territories as well. From what I know, he contacted with HEAL and many other persons, such as, for instance, Tina Kajdanova and other diplomats that came to visit us. I mean, he has contacted other persons in my area, in Dragobil as well.
From November through March, he is out of the country meeting international leaders, isn't he?
In particular, after the Rambouillet, he was abroad most of the time. That is from the 8th of February, if I'm not wrong, but from the 8th of February onwards, he constantly was not in Kosovo. But I have not seen him before either. During the time that I was at the General Staff, I have not seen him.
Mr. Kios, this has to come from the questions the judges raised.
Yes,
and
Your
this
Honor.
is a little outside that.
I'm just entering right now. So, actually, Judge, what I had said and reserved prior to that was a recross on this particular document that
Yeah,
had
but
not.
this isn't on that document. You already established he wasn't there. That's
That's fine, Judge. So at this point, sir, you never saw Mr. Hashim Thaçi at the General Staff, did you?
I told you that I saw him in Budakova once, and coincidentally, I met him another time in the yard of the staff in the spring. So I saw him in distance. I saw him from further afield that I can see you right now. I've seen him 2 times in total during the wartime.
Yes, Your Honor.
Before.
Yes, Your Honor. But well, that's in the spring and summer of '98, not between the latter part of '98 and '99, was it?
In 1998. 1998.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts?
Thank you, Your Honour. Just 5 or 10 minutes, I think. Good morning, witness. I just have a couple of follow-up questions from some questions that Judge Barter asked you yesterday morning, and I'll just quote from the transcript to make it easier for you to understand. So this is at page 10409, and it was about Mr. Salimi being replaced in the General Staff. And your answer was, I'm convinced that somebody must have replaced him there, but I do not know who was that person. I don't have such information. And then there was a discussion about which Salimi you were referring to. And then you clarified, to my knowledge, Recep Salimi was Minister of Public Order in the Provisional Government. And I do not know if somebody replaced him at the General Staff or if his position was left vacant. Do you recall that evidence from yesterday morning?
I have nothing else to add.
That Shaban Shala may have replaced him as Inspector General. Would that help you to recall?
He was with the TMK. He might have as well been with the KLA. I'm talking about Shaban Shala. That's all I know. I don't know that Shaban Shala was with the KLA. I've said that before.
Just as a connected question, in response to another question from Judge Barter, and also actually questions that I had asked you before, in relation to a couple of visits from Mr. Salimi to the Pastric zone. I think your answer that you gave, and this is at transcript page 10406, Judge Barter, you just said that it is your conviction that he, referring to Mr. Salimi, conducted routine visits and gathered information about the overall situation. My question is, how do you know that? Because he wasn't there, you just met him once, right? Answer, I think that I haven't come across any document, any report proving that he conducted any inspections. This is why I deducted, and this is my opinion, that his visits were routine visits. Do you recall that question and answer?
I do recall the question and the answer, and that's the truth. It was my opinion, my perception. I think that he was having routine visits, spontaneous visits, and was asking what the situation was like. It was normal for the commanders, for the superiors. That's what I think.
Routine visits, and I think you corrected it there when you said spontaneous visits, because when you say routine, you don't mean regular, do you? Because you only saw him once in the Pastric zone.
The right word is spontaneous. It's true, though, that I mentioned the word routine, but I correct myself. I don't know how relevant that is, but yes, you're correct. So those were spontaneous visits rather than routine ones. But I have not seen any reports about the inspections that he has conducted like the usual inspectors would do. I haven't seen anything like that.
On that point, he didn't introduce himself as Inspector General. I think you confirmed that the other day, or 2 weeks ago now when I spoke to you, on that one time that you met him. That's correct, isn't it? Sorry, if you could just respond yes or no.
That's true. I knew him because of his brother, Ramadan Selime. And I knew him as Recep Selime, not as an Inspector General.
I want to get through your questions as quickly as possible, and obviously him not introducing himself as Inspector General would be consistent with him not occupying that post at that time, which would be April and May of 1999. That's correct, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor. That's not a question for the witness, it's argument.
It's also speculative, and you've decided how he came up with that information, so that's not a proper question.
I'll withdraw it, Your Honor. Thank you. No more questions.
To
me, he was not introduced as such.
That's my last question.
Ms. Alejandra?
Your Honor, we have no questions for the witness, but we have one outstanding matter. Tendering 2 pages of a document that was shown to the witness on the 16th of November. The reference is SPOE 0026714 and 715. Shown to the witness on the 16th of November, and the transcript reference would be 10341 and 10342.
No objection to that. I believe those are pages, if it assists, from SPOE 00226697. No objection to the pages shown to the witness. And while we're on this matter, I also have one document that I would like to raise with Your Honors.
The 2 specific pages I wish to tender, Your Honors, is 226714 and 226715.
714 and 715 will be admitted.
Thank you.
And assigned exhibit number.
Your Honor, those pages will be assigned exhibit 4D14.
Thank you, Your Honor. So my submission is in relation to the admission of what has now been MFI'd as P711. Your Honor has MFI'd it, and you said you would reach a ruling at a later date. I just wanted to check whether you have such ruling or you still need more time in that regard.
Well, yes, Judge. I mean, obviously, nothing has, it's even gotten worse in the fact that this witness, despite all this questioning, knows nothing about this record. I mean, this is a document that apparently the SPO said it came from the Serbs. They admitted it in an email to us, which we can provide to the court the email is in fact on the 11th the 3rd of November, 2022. So the provenance of this document, the validity of the document, the foundation for this document haven't been established.
The court will enter a ruling probably later today. Witness, your time here is finished. We thank you for being with us. The court officer will escort you from the room.
Thank you very much. I hope that I've given my contribution, a modest one though, and I hope that everything was okay. So I wish all the best to you and to the liberators.
Okay, we will take about a 15-minute break, getting ready for the next witness. I assume she is ready? Okay. All right. We will adjourn for 15 minutes. Thank you.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. We will now begin with the testimony of prosecution witness W02161. And all the accused are still in the court today. We are in public session. Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness in. Good morning, witness.
Good morning.
The court usher will now provide you with the text of the solemn declaration that you are asked to take pursuant to our Rule 141, Paragraph 2. You may look at the document and then read it aloud.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Thank you. You may be seated. Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last 2 to 3 days. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first. Once they are done, the defense has the right to ask questions of you, and members of the panel may also ask you questions. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 3.5 hours. The defense estimates that it will need 11 hours. As regards each estimate, we hope and urge counsel to be judicious in their use of the time allotted. The panel may allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question, or tell them that you don't understand and they will attempt to clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question and speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. Witness, during the next days while you are giving evidence in the court, you are not allowed to discuss the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom with anyone until you have finished giving evidence. If any person asks you questions outside the court about your testimony, please let us know immediately. Please stop talking if I raise my hand or ask you to stop, which means that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We will begin with the prosecution, who are seated at your left.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, witness. You and I have met before, but I'll reintroduce myself. My name is Deborah Mayer, and I'll be asking questions on behalf of the SPO. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Sandra Lynn Mitchell,
And your date of birth?
the 2nd of May, 1962.
And your nationality?
American.
I'd like to ask briefly if you can tell the panel about your educational and your professional background. So if you can start with your educational background briefly.
I have an undergraduate degree in business administration and accounting, and I have a Juris Doctorate degree in law. I initially practiced criminal defense law and also clerked for the Supreme Court of the state of Oklahoma. I then practiced bankruptcy law, mainly for bankruptcy trustees in liquidation and reorganizations. And then I subsequently began an international career, first in Bulgaria with the American Bar Association, doing rule of law reform, judicial reform. And then I moved to Bosnia in the late 90s and did human rights work and election work, and then worked for the OSCE in Poland and subsequently Kosovo.
It's that time in Kosovo that I'd like to focus on now. And tell us how your work in Kosovo started, including prior to entering Kosovo. So how it is that you got started working related to Kosovo.
I was, I was working as a rule of law advisor for the OSCE's Office for Democratic Initiatives and Human Rights in Warsaw, Poland. That was during 1998, the first part. During the summer, OSCE began discussions on launching a peacekeeping or ceasefire operation in Kosovo, and I was deployed to the Vienna headquarters of the OSCE to assist in designing the human rights component of that mission.
And briefly, if you can tell us, what were the types of things that you were doing when you were in Vienna designing the human rights part of the mission?
We were, of course, looking at the mandate that was given, which was to document what was happening to the civilians in Kosovo. That required determining which international and domestic laws were at play, as well as what the initial tasks of the department would be, how it would be staffed, and what type of staffing would be required.
And did there come a point after this development phase that you actually moved into Kosovo?
Yes, I was then deployed to Kosovo as part of the startup operation to assist on the ground with the staffing as new staff were coming in and standing up the department with regards to tasks, documentation requirements, and day-to-day activities.
Was there a name for this mission that you were part of as you were entering Kosovo? You said it was part of the OSCE, but was there a specific component that you were working for?
It was the Kosovo Verification Mission with the acronym KVM.
And then within that, you mentioned that your focus was the human rights work. Was that a subdivision or a component of the larger KVM operation?
The KVM operation was set up as part of an agreement between the OSCE and the Yugoslav government, or the Serbian government, and its mandate was to monitor a ceasefire between the Kosovo Liberation Army, the KLA, and the Yugoslav and Serbian forces, as well as incorporating other OSCE requirements for all member states, such as human rights monitoring.
So within that KVM mission, it included human rights. Was there actually a division or a department that was ultimately set up as part of the KVM's mission to focus just on human rights?
Yes, it was. It initially was a small department, but at the time of the evacuation, I think we had about 75 employees.
Okay, I want to stick with the beginning time. Approximately when is it that you moved in from Vienna and started to be setting up the team in Kosovo with the KVM?
I was in Vienna over the summer, and I think I deployed to Kosovo in end of October, November. I forgot the rest of your question. I apologize.
That was really it. It was the time frame. But keeping on with that, tell the panel, if you will, when you first came in, about how many were there with you, and what were the first steps that you took when you first arrived in Kosovo?
Thank you. The KVM had also absorbed diplomatic observation missions, so there was already staff on the ground that had been working in the areas and knew the areas. We absorbed a few of those staff members, if memory serves correct, maybe 8 or 9. And then we were receiving seconded staff from member states of the OSCE, and where possible, we were asking people to identify their interest in human rights, their experience in human rights. A lot of these would have been police people or retired police people who would have had the skills to do those types of investigations.
So when you first come on the ground in sometime around late October or early November timeframe, and you're absorbing these observers that were already there, and you're also getting new staff in, what was your position at the time?
I was, at some point, made the director of human rights, reporting to a German diplomat named Bernd Borchardt, and also to Ambassador William Walker. My responsibilities were in making sure staff were properly deployed, that they had accommodation, that they understood their responsibilities, introducing them to wherever they were being deployed, and then also being in touch, sometimes on a daily basis, depending on the events, as to what was happening in their areas of responsibility, getting documentation, providing feedback.
And you mentioned Ambassador William Walker. What was his position at the time?
Ambassador Walker was the head of the Kosovo verification mission.
And as part of your work, you mentioned that you reported to, you identified two people, but that Ambassador Walker was one of them. Did you report directly to him on certain matters?
I did. Bernd Borchardt was very easy to work with, and so it was very common to report to him or to Ambassador Walker, whoever was available at the minute.
Going back to your role and your team, you mentioned a few things about the kind of things you would do for staff. I want to just unpack that a little bit. When you were first setting up, you mentioned that the mission was, part of it was monitoring a ceasefire. Can you describe what the Human Rights Department that you were the director of, what was the vision for what your group would be doing?
When I arrived in Kosovo, it was a state of armed conflict. It was a military occupation. There were Serbian tanks, heavy military presence in Pristina, snipers around, many soldiers pointing guns with little red lights. And that was common throughout the territory. Our role was to monitor the condition and the treatment of civilians. So we focused primarily on the responsibilities of the Serbian and Yugoslav government at the time as a member state of the OSCE. They were certainly creating overwhelming human rights tensions and aggravations in the province. We also looked at the behavior of the Kosovo Liberation Army, primarily relating to people that were missing, access through their territory, and to detainees.
You mentioned, again, at the outset with your staff when they would come in, getting them assigned to different roles and not only making sure they had what they need to be living there, like housing and things like that, but also overseeing the work. Can you just briefly describe what the structure of the Human Rights Department was, like who was working in that department, and an overview of what the responsibilities were for each of the staff in general terms?
So there was myself, there was a deputy director, sometimes called a field coordinator. There were 5 regional offices at the time. Do you want me to name them?
Sure.
So we had one in Pristina, in Mitrovica, in Peja, in Gilan, and in Prizren. These were large regional offices that sometimes had 100 or more staff. They all had a senior human rights officer, and then other human rights officers, as they were deployed, were assigned to them. Some regional offices also had field offices. In Prizren, for example, there was a significant presence in Arahovac, so field staff would have been deployed there as well.
And under the supervision of the senior human rights officers in these offices that you've described, what type of work would occur? What kind of on a day-to-day, what would be a typical human rights officer field work consist of?
A lot of the work would have consisted of trying to get access to detainees. These would have been people that were detained by Serbian forces. family members distraught looking for missing or people that had been taken by the police. We were also doing a fair amount of trial monitoring at the time. There was a lot of, quote, terrorism cases being tried by the Serbian authorities in the local courts. So we were looking at those. There was access to hospital care, access to police, judiciary, public services, these types of things that were predominantly at that time controlled by the Serbians, and Albanians were having very difficult times getting access at times. So these were the types of day-to-day things that we were dealing with: buses, checkpoints, any kind of movement issues as well.
And as part of this, you mentioned, I think earlier, some reporting. Was there a typical way that the folks on your team would document their activities in reporting with daily reports, weekly reports, situation reports? Can you explain that part of it?
Every day a regional office would send in a SITREP, a situation report, to the headquarters in Pristina. There would be a segment in that for human rights reporting. At times, we would also get a more in-depth human rights report if there had been a critical incident that they were reporting on, killings or something of this nature. Those would come in as well, and then at the end of the week, we would have a weekly report that we would then compile, and that would give an opportunity for a little bit more analysis on what was going on in a particular region as well as across the province.
And in addition to these written communications that you had between the field and other offices, the headquarters, did you also have meetings? And if so, can you describe generally what your meeting structure was?
Yeah, I myself or my deputy, Susanna Ringard, would be out. Kosovo's a small place. It was not uncommon to be out every day, every other day, for part of the day, going to one of the regional centers or to one of the field offices, following up on a particular report that had happened, or assisting the regional director in meetings with local authorities in that particular area over something that may have happened. We would also meet with the local offices, the OSC offices, explain what we were doing, try to develop better procedures as the mission was moving forward.
Would you also have meetings sort of up the chain of command to keep information flowing about what was going on the ground up to Ambassador Walker?
Sure. I attended a morning briefing that was conducted with the senior staff and Ambassador Walker or whoever the head was at that particular time, and the events of the last 24 hours would be reviewed, as well as the ambassador would be keen to know what were the expectations for the upcoming day, the upcoming 24 hours, where were people going, what was the priorities being set. So these were very operational meetings. Maybe they lasted 35 minutes, 45 minutes, something like this. And then, of course, there would be ad hoc meetings that would come up, briefings for people in Vienna. Access to Kosovo was somewhat restricted, so there was a lot of phone conferences with delegations as well as NGOs and others in the human rights and humanitarian field. We would also meet with local representatives on the ground, ICRC, UN reps, NGOs, et cetera, again, to exchange information.
And now you've mentioned some outside groups in addition to KVM and OSCE. Would you also share information for the people that were not in the country or people outside the organization? Would you share any of those written reports that you mentioned? So these SITREPs or daily or weekly reports, would you ever share those beyond just the KVM team in the country?
Prior to the evacuation, I think the only party that my department would have been sharing information with would have been ICTY. Judge Arbor at the time was trying to gain access to Kosovo and was having great difficulty. So we were exchanging information with her. Other parts of the mission may have been sharing information with a NATO extraction force that was based in Macedonia, as well as diplomatic missions in their capital cities.
Would you share the information within OSCE for people that were not in Kosovo?
The OSCE itself was is an intergovernmental agency, so reports that were coming from the KVM would have been shared with all, I think there were 54 member states at the time, and would have been shared with those member states. There may have been some other international organizations that may have received information in the form of those reports, ICRC, the UN, et cetera, that were given status by the headquarters.
You mentioned that one of the things that your work involved was focused on detainees or individuals that were missing. So I want to talk about that now. First off, how would you learn, either you personally or your team, how would you all learn about individuals being detained or being missing?
This was an issue of enormous stress for the population across Kosovo, really, at that time. So local political leaders would tell us of the missing. Family members would come to the office and want to report missing family members. They may have been very frustrated because they've been bounced around to different international organizations. We may also, when we're in the villages, we would hear from the village representatives about people that were missing or that were detained. So there was a lot of information at the time coming directly from the civilian population.
And when you say the missing or the detained, what was your understanding, or what were the kinds of reports that you were getting about where these people were when you say missing? Like what was, give us an example, if you can, of the kinds of things that you were hearing that led you all to believe that these people either were detained or were somehow unaccounted for?
I'd put them in two categories. One would have been Kosovo Albanians who opened the door one day and there was a Serbian police officer there, wanted information, took a family member to the police station, presumably, perhaps never to be seen again or contacted. So the impression there was that they would have been detained by the Serbian police. Then there would be cases where there may have been fighting in a particular area and someone never came home. In that case, they'd probably be classified more as missing. Then there were cases later, not in October, November that I remember, but once we'd been there a few months, a few weeks, of people being detained by the KLA. We may have heard from the Serbian police, for example, that they had police officers that they believed were detained or in the custody of the KLA.
I want to focus on that last part that you told us, which is when you started to learn that there were detainees or individuals that had been taken by the KLA. First of all, did you use any other terms for the KLA? Did you understand that there was another name or acronym for the KLA?
Yes, and I may use them interchangeably. The Albanian acronym UÇK.
So you mentioned that after you had been there for a few months, you started to hear of these potentially detainees by the KLA, and you mentioned the example of Serbian police coming to you. Did you ever get reports of information from citizens, not police or VJ, about detainees where there were reports that the KLA had taken these individuals?
Yes, particularly in those areas where the KLA was operational and had a perimeter, so they actually secured the land and secured the territory. And one would have to access through checkpoints to go into that territory. We used to call these no-go areas for the Serbian forces, except when they would perhaps mount a frontal attack. But for the most part, these were areas that were secured by the UÇK, and we would hear where they were doing policing in those areas, trying to provide some sort of a government, quasi-government administration. And as part of their policing duties, they would arrest criminals, and then they would arrest also people that they deemed as collaborators.
Madam Prosecutor, we would need to take a morning break. Witness, we have a break scheduled at 11 o'clock. We'll be back in a half hour. The court usher will escort you out of the courtroom. Remember not to speak to anybody about your testimony outside the courtroom.
Yes, sir.
So we're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness in. All right, witness, we will continue with the direct examination. Madam Prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Witness, when we left off, we had just started talking about detainees by the KLA. You had mentioned before the break that one of the examples you gave us was an individual having someone come to their door, take them to a police station, and then they were presumed to be detained. Did you ever have reports of that when it came to the KLA, being the individuals or the entity that showed up and took a person with them and detained them?
Yes.
Can you give us an example of the kind of thing that a report that you would hear about that fit that description?
Again, these were often in areas that were controlled by the UÇK, where you didn't have the Serbian authorities in place. And there would be instances where we would receive information from family members that men dressed in black with an UÇK insignia had come and knocked on their door and asked to take a brother, a father, for an informative talk, and they would go, and they would be questioned by the UÇK.
This phrase, informative talk, was that a term of art as you understood it, that was something that the UÇK had said when they came to take the person?
Yeah, informative talk is a phrase that was used commonly throughout the Balkans for when police or authorities came to question somebody and take them to the police station. It was termed an informative talk.
Had you also received reports where an individual would receive a summons or a notice of some kind, a written notice, telling them they had to report to the KLA in order to answer questions?
Sometimes, less frequently, but sometimes.
And in these instances, if you can tell the panel, were there times where you would get reports of detainees and then learn that they had been released?
Yes, absolutely. That was one of the things that we were always trying to do, both with the Serbian authorities and with the KLA, was to try to understand why people were being detained and questioned and what was happening to them. So yes, we would get reports both from the Serbian authorities, where successful negotiations had obtained the release of usually a police officer, and then also from family members, where people would be detained and then they would make their way home in some fashion.
And was the OSCE ever involved, to your knowledge, in negotiations about the release of detainees?
The OSCE was often involved in negotiations regarding the release of Serbian police and military forces. We may have been also involved in some of the civilian releases, but the ones that really stand out were with regards to the MUP and the VJ.
And again, I don't necessarily mean you personally, but are you aware that the OSCE was also involved in negotiations for the release of individuals, as you said, possibly including civilians?
Yes, absolutely. Myself, not necessarily, but members of the regional offices, for sure.
And I just asked you about whether you were aware of individuals being detained and then released. Were you also aware of reports where individuals were detained and weren't seen again, were never found, as far as the family members reported to you?
Yes, unfortunately. Again, the scale was quite different. The scale, the numbers of people that were detained by the Serbian authorities far exceeded those that were detained by the UÇK.
Why don't you explain that to us, again, just in terms of scale, and then I'll ask you a follow-up question.
Again, this would have been during the Serbian occupation, and there was a lot of Serbian security forces in Kosovo, a little postage stamp country in relative terms. So the Serbian authorities did have a tendency to scoop up young men in particular that they perceived as being members or potential members for the UÇK. And they would take some of their detainees to Serbia proper. And the numbers there, we never really knew how many. We relied on ICRC to give us those numbers, and those numbers were in the hundreds, if not the low thousand. And then we would also receive information about UÇK detention facilities, but these were not standalone facilities in the sense of proper police stations, prisons, things of this nature that a state structure would have. These were much more village-oriented houses, things of this nature, where you had detention facilities.
Understanding the difference in scale, I want to focus on the reports that you had of detention by the KLA. And we talked a little bit about people being taken. You mentioned an example of, for example, and again, it was just an example of individuals dressed in black with a KLA insignia taking a family member. Do you recall ever receiving reports of a similar instance of individuals being taken by KLA from a public place, or was it always from a home?
No, we saw the UÇK do this, take people from the funeral following the Rachak killings. So wherever they felt that they had policing authorities, they would behave as police and would detain people.
You mentioned Rachak. Can you talk to us about what, if anything, happened in January of 1999 in Rachak that impacted your work regarding detainees by the KLA?
By mid-January, we had the largest compendium of staff following the holidays, etc. Everybody was back in theater. There were fears of a spring offensive being prepared by the Serbian authorities, which raised the level of tensions throughout the province. And one of the techniques that the UÇK did was to hit a Serbian patrol and ambush a patrol and then withdraw. And then when the Serbians would retaliate, they would often retaliate on the villages surrounding the area of the ambush. They may or may not have had UÇK fighters in the subsequent retaliation. In Rachak, you had, in sort of the days or weeks building up to this particular event, the UÇK had taken the high area over one of the supply routes between Serbia and Kosovo that the Serbs were using to move troops and resources back and forth. This was deemed as quite provocative. So there were skirmishes that were building up around these villages, including Rachak. Then we received reports, I don't remember the exact date of the Rachak killings, but the night before, we started receiving reports of a lot of gunfire in the vicinity of Rachak. KVM verifiers went out, they were there in the morning. There was a lot of bodies, 40 plus bodies, killed men, I think one woman and a child. Killed on the hillside. Verifiers took pictures of all of the bodies. Many of them had gunshot wounds to the head. These were common villagers. They were not in UÇK clothing. The family members we talked to, many verified that these were not, in fact, UÇK. And this appeared to KVM and certainly to Ambassador Walker as being a very brutal, the worst massacre that we had seen in our period in Kosovo at that particular time. This intensified tensions incredibly. There was frustration, of course, at the Serbian authorities, but also at the UÇK. For pushing these ambushes and knowing that that would precipitate this disproportional response from the Serbian authorities. That had been their pattern, and that continued to be their pattern.
And so did this event then create a focus within KVM regarding locating and accessing detainees?
What Rachak did was it was a paradigm shift for the KVM. Those people that had not necessarily been involved in human rights issues, perhaps not understanding fully what human rights are, became very, very concerned about the rapidly deteriorating situation. This was a massacre that many of us had never seen before. So it did intensify the monitoring of both the UÇK and certainly of the Serbian authorities.
And understanding that it intensified both, I want to focus on the visits to any detainees held by the KLA. So did there come a point in that time frame, in the January-February 1999 time frame, where you personally were involved in trying to access KLA detention sites and to visit KLA detainees?
Yes, absolutely. There had also been a series of démarches or small protests outside the headquarters in Pristina by Serbian families wondering where their missing were, as there was a number of Serbians that were missing as well. And Ambassador Walker became very, very concerned about what we perceived, and it may have been a perception based on the fact that we had more people on the ground, so we were actually more information was coming in, so the number of missing and detainees seemed to be going up. Whether that's real or not, it was the impression that we had. And efforts were then made we had always tried to get detention to the Serbian detainees. I think ICRC was successful in that regard, state-to-state kind of issues. But with the UÇK, it was very difficult. So those that were dealing, the liaison officers to the UÇK, started pressing for access to detention facilities. And I do remember going to one detention facility in particular. There's notes about it in early February, mid-February 1998.
Well, before we get there, let me slow you down. You mentioned liaison officers. I think that's the first time you've mentioned those. So can you tell the panel who these folks are, and when you mentioned they were trying to gain access, explain what you mean?
Just stepping back, that the KVM was a quasi-military type ceasefire operation, so you had a lot of individuals with military experience in the KVM. A lot of brigadier generals were usually responsible for regional centers, and each regional center would have had former military officers who they would appoint as liaison officers to the UÇK, to the MUP, the Serbian police, and to the VJ, the Serbian army. These liaison officers would establish rapport with their counterparts. They would be three different individuals, and then they would be in constant touch with them about activities, about things that were going on, events in the news. And so those liaison officers were really our primary inroad to the systems and the chain of command of either the UÇK, the MUP, or the VJ.
Your Honour, just before we continue, if we could just clarify page 56, line 17, I believe the witness meant to say 1999 as opposed to 98.
I did. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Reilly.
So focusing on your, when you mentioned that you personally visited, you recall a visit in February. Do you recall approximately how many times you visited KLA detention sites in the January to February 1999 timeframe?
It wouldn't have been much. Wouldn't have been many times. I remember that one specifically. The others, frankly, are a little foggy.
Understanding that you don't remember the details, do you recall it being approximately 5 or 6 times?
It may have been that, yes.
Well, since you recall the one in February in particular, if we can, let's talk about that. Can you describe for the panel how that visit was arranged, if it followed the pattern that you were sort of describing with your liaison officers, or what you recall about how it was arranged?
We would have received reports from the field of a detention facility in a particular AOR, area of responsibility. And then having consulted with the human rights officers and the regional staff in that particular case, the decision would have been made to apply pressure to the UÇK to gain access. That pressure would come from the liaison officers at their level, and by their level, chain of command-wise, these may have been at captain, lieutenant type level, bearing in mind that the regional directors were brigadier generals, so they would have been dealing more with the equivalent in the UÇK, which I guess would have been a zone commander at that particular point. Anyway,
efforts would have been made, names would have been given of everybody that was going to visit the detention facility, so myself, Susanna Ringard, a driver, there would have been a security officer, and there most likely would have been a translator. Sometimes the translator would be the same as the driver. And then coordinates would be given, a time would be given as to when the visit could take place.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you wouldn't necessarily be the person, or I'll take out necessarily, you wouldn't be the person who would be contacting the KLA. One of these liaisons would contact the KLA and discuss whatever you were asking them to discuss, as you said, applying pressure to get access, and then they would come back to you with the details of a meeting that had been agreed to. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, if you can continue, you've now told us who's going to be on this visit, so there's a small group of people from your group. If you can just remind us who Susanna Ringard is.
Susanna was my deputy at the time.
So it's the two of you, a driver who might also be a translator, but a driver and a translator from your office, and somebody, a security person. Is that right?
That's right. We usually traveled in two-car convoys. This visit was at night, so for sure we would have had a two-car convoy. The other car would have had the KLA liaison officer in them, a satellite phone, and security.
And is there, can you explain to us why it wasn't a human rights officer from the field that was doing this visit? Why it was you, who's the director of the Human Rights Division, and your deputy?
One of the tricky things in these types of human rights operations, when you have to start démarching and putting political pressure on one particular side, is that it can damage relationships. And so what we would try to do is the day-to-day staff that we're dealing with the UCHK or the VJ on just regular day-to-day things, access issues, primarily movement issues, so as not to interrupt that relationship. We would often send people in from the headquarters to do higher level meetings where more direct pressure could be applied without so much the concern as to how you're going to have coffee with this person the next morning. So for those types of reasons, people from the headquarters would also go. And also, I think, to signify the importance of the issue, coming from the headquarters, from Ambassador Walker's direction, did carry a weight.
Understood. So your group is setting out, you've been given coordinates. You said you recall this particular meeting was when it was already dark outside, and it was January, February. So what do you recall about the temperature outside?
Kosovo is very cold in the winter. I remember this, it was a cold night, it was wet. There was not, the electricity was out. So you would only see those houses that were lit by generators. There would have been very little movement of traffic on the roads. The Serbs would have still been very much in control of the territory. So nighttime travel between areas was quite dangerous at that point. That was also when the Serbs would often have ambushes, go into villages, things of this nature, kind of terrorize the population. So it was a cold, wet night on that particular visit.
Speaking of movement and travel, were the KVM vehicles marked in any kind of way, or were they recognizable?
When the KVM first deployed to Kosovo in October, mid-October, end of October, they deployed with the standard white Pajero that everybody was driving back then. Unfortunately, these were the same cars that the Serbian police were driving. So our initial verifiers were getting shot at a lot. I think it was General Dized Drvenkovic, who was the operations director, decided to paint all the cars bright orange so there could be no mistaking that these were KVM to both the local population as well as to the UÇK and to the Serbian authorities. So all the vehicles were painted in that fluorescent orange that you may recall from the 90s.
So you're in your two-car convoy on the way to this visit with the people that you've identified, and you mentioned that you would have to, that you would be given coordinates and that you would have to be verified. So can you walk us through the journey of how you would actually get to the location where the visit was going to happen?
Sure. So there would be a fair amount of prep work that was done, not necessarily by my team, but by the liaison team. They would call ahead, remind the KLA that we were coming, that this was a meeting agreed to. All of the names would be verified. Often the license plates of the vehicles would be given as well at that point. This would have been maybe the hour or two before the visit. Then we would drive there, as I said, in a two-car convoy. There wouldn't have been very little traffic on the roads. These would have been in UÇK stronghold areas where they controlled what was going on inside the area, and they would have had a perimeter around that they could then withdraw from if needed. So we would stop at the first checkpoint, first UÇK checkpoint, and provide all the information, names, why we were there, etc. Often the person, usually always at the checkpoint, would make a phone call up the chain of command to verify the information. More often than not, they knew we were coming, so it was not a surprise, but still they had their procedures to go through. After clearing the first checkpoint, we would then go to the command house or wherever the commander's office was for that particular area. In this case, we did that. Would have a conversation, usually a cup of tea or coffee, discuss why we were there, what we were intending to do. We were modeling our visits very much after the ICRC, so we would urge that we would have privacy, that the detainees would be given an opportunity to provide correspondence to their family members through us, that we would want to speak to them about their health and their overall conditions and any concerns that they had. And then we would be taken to the location of where the detention facility was, which in this situation was a house.
Before we get to the house, you mentioned going through the first KLA checkpoint. Was there more than one checkpoint before you got to your first meeting with one of the individuals that had arranged this?
There would usually be, outside the commander's location, of course, there would be a perimeter security, this being the center of command. So we would have shown our credentials to get into that house.
And you gave us your background, but is it fair to say that you yourself don't have a military background?
I do not have a military background, no.
But that you were deployed with and you worked with, sounds like many folks who had military background.
I had just come from 5 years in Sarajevo in Bosnia, where I dealt quite a bit with the implementation force there. I was doing human rights work there as well as a lot of election work. So we were dealing quite a bit with the NATO forces. So I quickly learned to adapt to the lingo, the language that the military uses, as well as their behaviors, their kind of expectations of me as a colleague, etc. Yeah.
So when you talk about, again, what you observed from a military perimeter, understanding that you don't have military training, can you just describe for the panel like what you observed?
Sure. Just to be fair, since Kosovo, I've spent many, many years dealing with the military and different conflicts around the world. So it is sometimes hard for me to discern what I knew in 1998. But perimeter would have been, you can see the soldiers, you can see they would have had some sort of protection, whether they wouldn't have had T-walls back then, so it would have probably been old cars, abandoned cars to provide some sort of a perimeter around the checkpoint, to stop people from coming in. There may have been big old barrels, the steel barrels that would be around these locations. Most combatants had AK-47s with these little red dots. When they put their finger on the trigger before pulling the trigger, they could, tee in on you. I'm losing my words here. Where they would point at you and then they could figure out where the bullet was going to go. And so you'd see little red dots on the ground moving around, and you knew that there were people with guns around you.
So like a laser sight that was aimed at you?
A laser sight, exactly.
So after getting through these checkpoints, on the visit that you recall, do you recall whether you went straight to the house or the detention facility, or whether or not you had a meeting prior to that?
I think we first stopped at the commander's house, which would have been protocol if they were there. And then, as I said, we would have gone again through why we were there, his expectations, and then we moved to a different location within the village.
Do you recall the date of this meeting in February of 1999? Do you recall the precise date?
No, I don't.
If I could ask the court to pull up what's in evidence as P00116, and there's no Albanian version. If you look at your screen in the sort of top half of that page, if we can zoom in just a little bit.
Excuse me, counsel, if I might have interrupt you. I'm pretty sure that this is 1D7. Do we have duplicate numbers for this document?
No, that's a different document. I mean, I'm sorry. I believe that that's a different document, which I'm also going to show.
My apologies. My apologies. Just didn't want to get the record skewed.
Thank you for that.
If we could zoom in just on the top half of the document, just to make it a little easier to read for the witness. Great. Do you see here, first of all, is this an OSCE document from the letterhead and the Human Rights Division in particular?
Yes, it is.
And do you see the notation there? It's a record of a meeting from 18 February 1999, and it says it's a meeting with the zone commander and the military police chief of the KLA in La Pasticha regarding detention visits. And you can read down, I'm not going to read the whole thing to you, if you read down the first full paragraph, if that refreshes your memory. Is this the visit you're thinking of?
Yes, it is. May I just note that the date, there's two dates. The one that says February 25th, 16. We used to use back then the automatic dating, so whenever you open the document, the date would change. So I don't know about that date, but the record of the meeting is February 18th, 1999.
Thank you for that clarification. And speaking of that, if this was a meeting on 18 February 1999, typically when would this type of document be written? Would it be written contemporaneously with the events or sometime later?
Certainly notes were taken contemporaneously, and then the meeting visit, depending on what time we got home, we would either draft it up that night or usually immediately the next day.
If you look at that, it notes that you're there and your deputy is there as well, Ms. Ringard, who you've mentioned. But it also mentions this zone commander, Remy, and the military police chief, Thaçi. Both of those are in quotes. Can you tell us if you remember those individuals?
I remember them based on this document. I would not recognize them. Yeah.
Just tell us what you remember about each of those two individuals and your dealings with them.
I remember Remy as being a name. The zone commander names we more or less knew, we being, you know, those people in human rights, because we would be in meetings and we would hear people speaking about the zone commanders. These were usually nicknames, not necessarily their real names. So Remy I would have heard about a bit because there was quite a few issues in the Podievo area.
And what about Thaçi?
Thaçi, less so.
Understanding that it was less, had you, do you recall if this is the only time that you remember dealing with Thaçi, or if you had heard the name beyond just this one meeting?
I really don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember.
Regarding these meetings, if we can scroll down on the document so that you can see more of the recitation of the summary. Do you recall your conversation, what you discussed with the zone commander, Remy, and the military police chief, Thaçi, in this meeting when you arrived?
We would have been talking to them about process and procedure, trying to find out, you know, on what authority. These were not elected officials. They were not state officials. They were their own organization administering their own location. So we would have tried to find out where they fit on the scale of due process considerations. Did they have laws? Did they have judges? Did they have specific rights that they would have given to detainees, responsibilities? How were they caring for the detainees? What were their plans for the detainees? Just the general discussions about the specific detainees. That would have been the purpose of our meeting, and our conversation really would have been limited to that.
And was the main purpose of your visit to get access to the detainees, or was it also to have this conversation with the KLA zone commander or local leadership?
Our primary objective was access to the detainees.
And after this meeting that's documented in the memo with the zone commander and the military police chief in that area, were you in fact granted access to detainees?
Yes, we were.
I just want to mention before we move off of this document, and what is at the top of your screen right now, if we can scroll the document down a little bit, perfect. At the paragraph that starts with the word "during the first meeting," about midway through that paragraph, it mentions the ZC, which is that an abbreviation for zone commander?
That's correct.
The ZC informed us that we would have access to 8 detainees, all Albanians, charged with looting, stealing, and, quote, collaboration with the enemy. You actually mentioned certain categories of offenses that your understanding were charges against people earlier in your testimony, and you mentioned this word collaboration. Can you tell us what your understanding of collaboration with the enemy was, based on this being in quotes?
Well, can we have the foundation for that, please?
Overruled, you may ask a question. You may answer the question.
Quote, collaboration was a term that was used, in my mind, very, very broadly. It could have meant a Kosovo Albanian having a beer with a Serbian. It could have been going to the Serbian police station to inquire about the location of someone or report a crime. That could have been deemed as collaboration at the time. So collaboration was very, very broad, and it really would include any interethnic contact between Albanians and Serbs, particularly if the Serbs were viewed as being part of the police or the VJ. It was the analog to when one would visit the MUP. They would refer to every Albanian as a terrorist and every crime as terrorism. So these were words that we viewed very, very broadly when they were used, not in a narrow focus that I would consider collaboration to be actually, working hand in glove to achieve the same objective. It was not often that case.
So after this meeting, you were told that you're going to be given access to 8 detainees. Did you then stay in that office where you were meeting with the zone commander and military police chief, or did you move to a separate or to a new location?
I think we moved to a different location.
And if you can describe to the panel what you recall about that location when you arrived, where you were brought, and if you can walk us through that.
I do remember it was a standalone house, not an apartment building. Walked up the stairs to the house, and then walked into what was a little entryway, and then off to the left, I think, was the where the commander's office was, and was a living room for all intents and purposes, but had a desk and chairs in there.
You had mentioned it was dark, so what was your visibility of the grounds when you arrived? What do you recall about seeing the grounds?
Again, there would have been a soldier or so around guarding, walking the perimeter, walking around the house. The whole area would have been secured insofar as there would have been no cars driving around the neighborhood or anything like this. So it was very quiet, it was very cold, it was very wet. That's what I remember about the environment.
Were you given a tour of the grounds by the KLA liaisons that were escorting you?
No.
So you're brought into this room, and when you get there, were you given a tour of this house as you describe it?
No, I don't recall receiving a tour, no. We walked in, you could, it's a house, so you could kind of see up the stairs, you could see down the little hallways.
But beyond the one room that you were taken to, were you shown the other rooms within the house during your visit?
No, not that I can remember.
And what happened in terms of how did it come to pass that you met with these 8 detainees?
The procedure was that we would sit down, and then we would wait, the door would open, and a soldier would bring in a detainee who would then sit on a chair opposite us. We were on the couch, and then the soldier would walk out the room.
When the detainee was brought into you, was that just individually one person at a time, or was there a point at which you were meeting with multiple detainees at once?
I only remember one by one.
And when they were brought in, do you recall if they were restrained in any way, if they were wearing handcuffs or bound in any way?
When they came into the room, I don't recall them being bound in any way, no.
Do you recall on this visit whether or not you saw detainees on the property or somewhere, like as you mentioned, looking up the stairs or down a hallway, that were bound or hooded or restrained in some way?
I did recall seeing somebody hooded, yes.
But for the detainees, when they were brought in to meet with you, that was not their condition, is that right?
That's correct.
And what happened after they came in? You mentioned that they would come in and sit across from you. What, if any, conversation occurred?
I remember being struck by how polite the detainees were. They were appeared very submissive, perhaps afraid, dressed in civilian clothes, regular villagers. I don't recall seeing anybody of a professional standing with suits and ties or anything like this on. And I remember that they would answer all of the questions that we had. They never had any complaints. They didn't have messages for their families.
And how did that part strike you, not having messages for their families?
Well, it's just very rare to meet anybody that doesn't really have a complaint. So, we felt that maybe they had been coached or told how to behave.
You had also mentioned earlier that KVM would receive complaints or inquiries from families that were looking actively for family members that were missing or detained. So how does the not having a message for your family match up with the other side of the equation that you were seeing, which was family members wanting to locate their relatives?
Yeah, it didn't really square up, although some of the detainees told us that their family members knew where they were, that their family members had been informed by local UÇK members, maybe people in the villages that knew the family and were part of this particular process as well. Yeah.
Now, you mentioned that you had these conversations. Was this through the interpreter that you had with you, or the translator?
Yes. I think the only people that really could speak English at that particular time were the very young people that were picking it up off TVs and movies. But we would have met with adults in the villages, and not many of them could certainly carry on a conversation in English.
And you mentioned that they answered all of your questions, but that what they said to you seemed to be kind of consistent one-to-one. Is
Yes,
that right?
That's right.
If we could pull up 1D00007, please, and that does have an Albanian version as well. If you can take a look at this document on the screen that's in evidence as 1D00007, and it also at the top there, it's a OSCE KVM Human Rights Division a document with referencing this same date, 18 February 99, with that same automatic date that you've described to us in the upper right. But this starts out talking about how it's interviews being conducted, and then it lists some information there. If you can just take a look at that, and then I'll ask you a couple of questions. All right, do you see here these names? They're listed 1, 2, 3, And then there are some descriptions underneath. Is that the record of the individual conversation you had with each of these detainees?
Yes, that's correct.
And in, for example, under entry number 2, it mentions that the individual received an S from the KLA and is accused of collaboration with the enemy. Oh, and I'm sorry, the first sentence starts out that that individual came to La Pasticha himself after having received an S, in quotes, from the KLA. I had asked you a little bit earlier about whether you were aware of individuals receiving a notice of some kind to report. Would that be an example of that situation?
Yeah, I think the S would have been a summons or shorthand in quotes, because again, it wasn't from a authority, an elected authority.
And then it right there says that he is accused of collaboration with the enemy. So that would be the basis for detention, according to your meeting with the individual?
Yes.
When these individual detainees were brought in to see you, do you recall noticing anything about their physical appearance, how they looked to you, aside from what you've told us, which was their demeanor of being rather submissive? Did you notice any injuries, any signs of maltreatment, anything like that?
No, if we did, it would have been noted if somebody was limping, or if they had blood, or if they were badly bruised. We would have noted that in this internal document. That being said, it was really cold, so everybody had coats on and was bundled up.
So you couldn't see what was underneath their clothing?
No.
And was this a prearranged visit where the KLA knew that you were coming to see these detainees?
Absolutely, yes.
Did you decide which detainees you saw, or did the KLA decide that?
No, we didn't know who was there, so just as they came in, it was the first time that we would have met them, obtained their name.
And speaking of that, you didn't know if you were meeting with all of the detainees there, or if this was only a portion of them.
That's right.
And do you know how many KLA personnel, soldiers or other people, were at these sites as well? Were you given that information?
No.
So do you have an opinion about whether or not the KLA would have brought detainees that were visibly injured or malnourished to see you?
I object, Judge. I mean, her opinion as to what the KLA would do or not do, I mean, that she can tell what she saw, what she heard, who she
Sustained.
Did the KLA bring you anybody that was obviously injured, as far as you could tell?
No.
And after you had each of these meetings, about how long did each of these individual meetings last?
You know, they wouldn't have lasted very long. I'd say on average 20 minutes with translation.
And were you ever shown where these detainees were held, or where they slept, where they ate? Were you ever shown any of those areas?
No, we were not.
And from this exhibit that's up on the screen, this report, it looks like the detainees that you met with, they range from having been there from a matter of days up through months, 4 months. Did you have any indication from the KLA as to when these detainees were going to be released?
No.
As part of your visit and discussions with the KLA, either in this instance or your other visits, Were you ever given an indication about any process for these detainees in terms of any charges against them or any process for them?
Yes, I believe in the meeting with the commander, or with the police chief, I can't remember which one, that they would have talked about the process, very similar to the Yugoslav process at the time, which would have been waiting for, I think, an investigative judge. They talked about having a code of justice, a military code that they were using. We would have asked to receive copies of all of these things, and I don't think we did receive copies.
Do you recall ever being shown an example of accusations or a dossier about each of these individual detainees? And again, if you don't remember these specific ones, but on one of your visits.
Yeah, no, I definitely remember seeing the dossiers. The need for the process was certainly something we were looking at, and it was something that the UÇK was pretty clued into, so they did try to show us a process. They showed us files. I do remember looking through them. They looked a bit like the files that I would see in the police stations. Kind of a big file, and you'd flip through it, be divided into different sections. I don't speak Albanian, so I couldn't understand the specific language, but as a lawyer, I got the gist of it, that, there may be fingerprints, there may have been a summons, then there may have been other documents in there, whether they were statements, I don't know, but there would have been other documents in these, I would call it a dossier file, yeah, and I think they referred to them as dossiers.
Was there any mention of trials or a system of justice for these individuals?
Yes.
And what were you told by the KLA about that?
Excuse me, please, can we have who is this person that's talking? Can we have some foundation of these conversations?
Yes, please. Please indicate who was delivering this information to her.
Yes, Your Honor. Just if we can continue talking about this meeting that we've been talking about with the zone commander and the military police chief, either in that meeting or one of your other 5 to 6 detention site visits, after being shown these dossiers, were you told anything by the KLA about a system of justice?
Respect, Judge. Who in the KLA are we talking about here? Who is this conversation with, as opposed to a generic KLA?
At least get her to answer that question, please.
Understood, Your Honor. I believe she said she doesn't know, but can you tell us, if you can recall specifically, if it was with this zone commander, Commander Remy, and Commander Thaçi, the military police chief, or if it was in one of your other meetings? Can you tell the panel that?
I believe it was with Remy and Thaçi, and it was noted in the other document that you showed previously, where we tried to find out what the extent of due process was. And in that particular conversation with Thaçi or Remy, they told us that there was a code that they were following, and I think that they'd also mentioned they were waiting for judges.
And we can pull that back up if the court, with the court's permission, P00116.
This is what I was referring to, yes.
And if we can start at the top in the second full paragraph that starts with during the first meeting, at the bottom of that paragraph, it says the ZC was not well informed of the actual details of the legal procedures and asked us to rely on the MPC, is that military police chief, for this information?
That's correct. That was Thaçi, and then we went, after the zone commander, we went to Thaçi's office.
And that's at the bottom of the first page here where it talks about you went to the MPC's office, and then that whole next paragraph is talking about Thaçi's explanation about their authority to indict according to the KLA military rules, and their authority for pretrial detention up to 2 to 3 months.
Yes.
All right. And again, to your understanding, though, you were not ever given a copy of this military code, even though you asked for it?
No, I was not.
And again, as we've just talked about, one of the detainees you met with was being held for 4 months, so that would be longer than the 2 to 3 months that you were told?
That's right.
When you were meeting with these individual detainees, you've described your team, the staff, so was everyone from your team in the room with them? Was it yourself, Ms. Ringard, the driver, the translator, and your security person, or was it a subset of those people?
It would have been a subset. It would have been myself, Susanna, and a translator. Assuming security felt the situation was fine, they would have waited outside, and I don't recall them ever being inside.
And what about the KLA? Were you able, well, first of all, did you want to meet with these detainees privately?
Yes, we did. We wanted to meet with them privately so that they could speak freely. It's hard to speak freely when the person detaining you is in the room.
And were you allowed to meet with them in a setting that was guaranteed to you to be private?
No, no guarantee. Sometimes they'd come in, they'd bring you tea, they'd pick up files.
So there were times where you were alone in the room, but there was no promise that someone wouldn't come in, and you didn't have any warning about when they would come in. Is that right?
Objection leading, Your Honor.
I'm just trying to clarify, Your Honor.
Overruled. Go ahead.
That's true. That's correct.
And after these meetings, and after having met with each of these individual detainees, do you recall how it is that you sort of left it? Did you, on the back end, meet with the zone commander or military police chief again, or was your visit concluded after meeting with the detainees?
We may have had a quick handshake on the way out, but there would not have been any substantive meeting that I can recall following these meetings, no.
And understanding that as you sit here today, you don't recall the specific details of some of these other visits that you mentioned that you went on, do you recall whether or not they were sort of generally consistent with what you've described to us for this 18 February 1999 visit?
Judge, I would object. I mean, the witness has said she doesn't remember, and now...
Sustained.
Yeah.
All right, let me ask you a different question. Do you recall any of the general nature of the other visits that you've said you undertook during January, February of 1999 to KLA detention facilities?
I don't remember any visit being substantially different from this. Nothing stands out. We never went into a prison setting, for example. These were in villages.
Understood. After having this meeting with this zone commander on the 18th of February, Remy, and the military police chief, Thaçi, were there any other times during this time period, so I want to focus on the time period between January and March of 1999, where you had conversations with KLA authorities about the detention of individuals?
I don't remember specifically, but I can say as a matter of practice that when I would have been involved in meetings with the UÇK prior to the evacuation, it would have been in the presence of others, regional directors, things of this nature. So I would have focused on the specific human rights issues, detention being one of them. I would have followed up for this code of war, military code of conduct, and pressed for more information on their expectation that they were providing some sort of due process.
On that front regarding due process, you earlier in your testimony mentioned that you were observing trials conducted by Serbian authorities. Did you similarly ever get access to observe any trials conducted by KLA authorities?
No, we did not.
Did you ever ask for such access?
Without a doubt.
Do you know if any such trials were ever conducted?
Not to my knowledge. I'm not aware of any specific trial, no.
Is that consistent, trials not being conducted, is that consistent with what you were told by Thaçi in the meeting that you had with him?
No. I mean, they said that they were conducting trials, but we being members of my team or the KVM, I never saw any reporting on anybody from the KVM attending trials by the UÇK.
Did you ever meet any other zone commanders that you remember by name?
I remember meeting Ramush in the Prizren area.
Do you recall Ramush's last name?
Marush Haradinai. Forgive my pronunciation.
And do you recall any other zone commanders or any other KLA commanders that you met with, even if it wasn't a zone commander, that you remember their name and meeting with?
No, not specifically.
Do you recall whether you ever met with someone that you knew to be Commander Drini?
Yes. I know that name.
What was your understanding of Commander Drini's position?
I think Drini was one of the zone commanders. I think there was 6 or 7 zone commanders at that particular time that KVM was dealing with, and the zone commanders were geographically defined.
When you say at that particular time, what time frame are you talking about?
Between mid-December, late December, and the evacuation in the middle of March.
So December 1998 and March of 1999?
Thank you. Yes, that's correct.
In that time frame, do you recall any conversations with any of those commanders that we've just talked about, either Ramush Haradinai, Commander Drini, or any other conversations with Commander Remy about KLA's detention of individuals, their treatment of individuals that they were detaining?
If there were specific meetings, we would have noted them, written notes about them. I can't remember a specific one in the way I remember this detention visit.
Do you recall if you've given a prior statement where you detailed your discussions with zone commanders about human rights concerns that you had?
I remember speaking with Mr. Ramush about human rights issues. Prizren was a very, very active area. The head of the regional office in Prizren was a Canadian brigadier general, very focused on human rights, and had a very good working relationship with Ramush, so his name would come up, I think, more than anyone else's.
Your Honor, I'm just wondering if we could get a more specific time frame on this. I think we have like December to March, but something more specific within that would be very helpful.
Are you able to give us a more precise time frame than narrow it down within December 1998 to March 99?
With regards to Ramush, the conversations would have begun immediately with regards to detainees and the missing because of Arahavat and the events that happened there in the summer of 1998. Then you have a break of probably 4 or 5 weeks over the holidays where you have a lot less reporting coming in because there's less staff in the field. Then it would have ramped up again in early January until probably the early part of March, following the collapse of the Rambouillet agreements. The mission was very much focused on bigger geopolitical issues that were taking up the time of the zone commanders, frankly. So if I had to narrow it even more, I would say really probably between Rachak and maybe March 15th, 1998.
So that would be between January and March of 1999?
Oh, excuse me, yes, 1999. But again, there would have been ongoing discussions specifically in the Prizren area immediately upon entry of the KVM because of the number of missing resulting from the conflicts in 1998 prior to the entry of the KVM.
So focusing on those conversations, can you recall you yourself raising concerns about the KLA detaining individuals?
If given an opportunity with Ramush or any of the zone commanders, I would have raised the issue of, well, certainly with Ramush in the Prizren area, prior to January, post-January, post-Rachak, when the focus very much became on the detainee issues for Ambassador Walker. Than any zone commander I came across, but I don't remember specifics, no.
Understanding that you don't remember specific date or time of these conversations, when you raised these issues, what was the response that you received about the allegations of detention and mistreatment?
And again, Your Honor, with all due respect, with whom? Who are we talking about? The response coming from? Who are these conversations with?
Please do a little better in identifying people that she is talking to if she knows who they are, and we hope she does.
Absolutely, Your Honor. I just so I'm clear on the direction from the court, I believe she's identified Ramush, and I believe she's identified a 2-month time frame. And
when she's speaking of a specific instance, please get the name.
Will do, Your Honor. Hearing that direction, can you tell us, raising with Ramush in particular in this time frame of January to March of 1999, do you recall raising concerns about human rights issues, specifically the detention of individuals by the KLA?
Between January and March 1999, I would have been attending meetings with Ramush, most likely in the presence of Michel Maisonneuve, who was the Brigadier General for KVM, responsible for the Prizren area. General Maisonneuve was very involved in human rights issues, so he would have given space, he did give space in meetings with Ramush for me to raise concerns. And I would have raised the concerns about detention facilities generally. If we had a specific individual, I may have named that, depending on the family, and that was not unusual to do such things.
And in the meetings with Ramush, what was his response when you would raise these issues?
The UCHK did not deny having detention facilities. They saw this as a responsibility as part of their policing roles in the areas where the Serbian authorities were a no-go, to provide security for the local populations. So they did acknowledge having detention facilities for criminals and as I said, for collaborators.
And would he respond, do you recall if he responded regarding, while there wasn't a denial of detention facilities, do you recall ever raising the issue of abductions or individuals from the UÇK taking people and them disappearing, if you will?
Using that kind of language with the UÇK was quite inflammatory. So we would have avoided that type of language, frankly. That was language that was used by the population vis-a-vis the Serbian authorities. So we would be very careful not to accuse the UÇK of the same thing using the same language, okay? Questions regarding the missing would certainly have been raised. I think that the answers that we received from Ramush would have been consistent with this note, that there was a process in place, that it was very important for the UÇK to be seen as complying with their understanding of international law, and that there needs to be processes for detainees. So Ramush did describe such a process that would have been very similar to the one captured in this note.
Do you recall meeting also with an individual named Shukri Buya?
The name is familiar.
Do you recall ever having met with that individual?
I don't.
Have you given a prior statement where you may have described meeting with that individual, and would looking at that refresh your memory?
Absolutely, yes.
If we can pull up 076826 to 076840 in the English, same numbers, -AT in the Albanian. And if we can go specifically to page 076830, paragraph 16. And if you can look at that document, starting at paragraph, well, you can look at the whole thing, but starting the first paragraphs that are on the screen, 14, talking about meetings that you had, and then ending with paragraph 16 there. And then look up at me when you're done. Having looked at that, does that refresh your memory as to whether or not you met with an individual named Shukri Buya?
I did meet with an individual named Shukri Buya, but I'm afraid I don't remember more context beyond what's written here.
Do you remember, since you're describing in this paragraph the KLA, do you recall if this individual was in the KLA, had a position in the KLA?
Well, based on how I phrased the paragraph, I would say that he was a member of the UÇK, yes, in Podievo.
All right. Going back to your meetings, you've mentioned what you recall about your meetings in the January to March 1999 timeframe with Ramush and raising human rights issues or concerns that KVM had. Understanding that you wouldn't use any language that was inflammatory, would you, or do you recall specifically addressing not just the existence of detainees or detention facilities, but the arrest by individuals in the UÇK or in the KLA, and reports that you were getting of KLA uniformed personnel arresting individuals. Would you have raised that issue with him?
With all due respect, Judge, can we just break that question down a little bit?
No, overruled. Go ahead. If you can answer the question.
My apologies, I lost track of it. I'm sorry.
Maybe Mr. Keogh was right.
Happy to re-ask it.
My apologies.
No worries at all. So focusing back on the conversations that you had with Ramush in the January to March timeframe.
Yes.
And understanding what you told us just a few minutes ago, that you would be careful about the language that you used. You wouldn't want to use anything inflammatory.
Yes.
So with that as the premise, the question is, do you recall raising the issue of reports that you received of individuals in KLA uniforms arresting people or taking people?
Yes, this would have been something that the KVM would have followed up on routinely. If any of the regional offices or field offices received information, and this would usually be from a family member that came into the office or from a local leader that contacted the office, that somebody had been, quote, arrested or taken away by the UÇK, then that would have been on the liaison officers' talking points for the day to inquire about that.
And do you recall what Ramush's response to you was about whether or not this was in fact the KLA doing this?
I mean, usually it wasn't denied. If they in fact detained somebody, they would usually tell you, yes, we have detained them for whatever reason, a crime or collaboration. Or they would say, we don't know what you're talking about.
Well, let me ask you within that distinction. So if it was something they acknowledged, that was one possibility. Were there ever times where they didn't acknowledge it or denied it and gave you an explanation that it was someone else or that it wasn't the KLA?
Oh, sure, sure.
Can you explain that to the panel, those instances?
It could have been instances where...
Excuse me, Your Honor, do we have a time frame of this?
Sustained. You can ask here a time frame.
I'm still staying in that same time frame of January 1999 to March 1999. So until I move off of that, that's the time frame that we're talking about. So if you can limit your answers from what you recall to that time frame.
Yes, I mean, people would disappear. They may have been taken by the MUP. They may have been taken by the other Serbian authorities.
And I think specifically we were just talking about your conversations with Ramush, though, about the KLA, not necessarily about, I don't think Ramush would be answering about the MUP or the Serbian authorities. Is that fair?
Well, if they didn't have them and you were looking for a Kosovo Albanian, it would be common for them to tell you to go ask the Serbs.
Fair.
And we would. We would go. I met regularly with Serbian authorities for detainees. I met regularly with ICRC to verify whether or not they were visiting. We were crossing tracks and things of this nature. So we would have followed up on those things.
And when you were talking to Ramush in this January to March 1999 timeframe, were you only looking for Kosovar Albanians, or were you also inquiring about Kosovar Serbs or other individuals, other reported missing individuals to KVM, or was it limited just to Kosovar Albanians?
It was usually Kosovar Albanians or police, MUP, Serbian police. And those were very high profile. The Serbian police ones, those were of a high priority for the mission to try to bring the temperature down that would escalate when policemen were being detained or had been captured by the UÇK.
Do you recall in this time frame, January to March of 1999, being told if there were reports of individuals wearing UÇK, being told that there was not, these weren't UÇK, there might just, anyone could buy a uniform, or it's not UÇK even if there's reports of KLA insignia? Do you recall ever being told that as an explanation for the KLA saying it was not involved?
It may have been said, but I remember that particular excuse being much, much more prominent after the NATO campaign and upon re-entry, not before the NATO campaign. That's not to say it didn't happen, but it doesn't stand out in my memory.
Okay, and we're going to get to that a little bit later, but just so that the panel is clear, when you talk about the time frame for that particular explanation, when you say afterwards, the KVM, can you tell the panel when the KVM left because of the NATO campaign and when they returned so the panel knows that time frame?
I think we withdrew around March the 20th, 1999, and then I think the agreement, the ceasefire, the end of hostilities was around June 10th. I myself returned to Kosovo as part of the UN's advance team. So I believe I entered Kosovo around the 12th or the 13th of June, 1999.
And so this explanation that we were just talking about is something you recall more in the post-June 1999 timeframe, is that right?
That's right.
If we can back up now, focusing on the conversations you've had, we've spoken a little bit about your conversations with Ramush. Using the same limits, if you can be as specific as possible, do you recall having conversations about detained or missing individuals with Commander Drini in the same time frame, in the January to March 1999 timeframe?
I may have. I can't recall a specific instance. Ramush was so much more accessible to KVM, not only because of the geography that he was involved in, but also because quite a few of the staff had good contacts with him, and he would answer his phone.
And just backing up, if we can, you've mentioned before a little bit about your contact protocols. Would you ever contact Ramush directly, or would you go through your liaison officers or other people within the KVM in order to make contact with Ramush?
I don't recall contacting any of the zone commanders directly. I would have gone through the liaison officers and followed the internal protocols of KVM. If you wanted to get something done, that was really the best way to do it.
And your conversations with Ramush, do you recall what language they were in?
There may have been some small talk in English, but the substance would have always been through translation.
And why is that?
I would want to make sure that what I was saying was being conveyed, and he's given an opportunity to really understand it. And I think for anybody where English is a second language, you get into the technical substantive, it's nice to have those 2 or 3 seconds to reflect during translation. So it would have been very common, if not always, that I would have had a translator there, as well as when I met with the Serbian authorities, and many of them did speak English, but we would still go through translation.
And is that the same for your conversations with the other zone commanders that we've talked about, with Commander Remy and with Commander Drini as well? The language I'm talking about.
Yes, using a translator would have been standard protocol back then, with very, very few exceptions of maybe some of the journalists or LDK members or others in kind of senior positions that had a command of English and wanted to have a conversation in English. Those were really the exceptions.
Madam Prosecutor, it's time for the noon break. Witness, we will give you a lunch break now. We will be an hour and a half, so we will reconvene here at 2:30. The court usher will escort you out of the room, and please do not speak to anybody about the case.
Yes, sir.
We're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. The panel will now issue an oral order on the admission of Exhibit P-711, which was marked for identification on 13 November 2023. This document consists of a handwritten list of names of suspicious persons and suspected collaborators. It bears a signature and a year 1998. The panel recalls that the SPO put this document to the witness, W04765, during his testimony on 13 November 2023. The Thaçi defense objected to its admission. The document was discussed again with the witness during the judge's questions. While the witness was not able to clearly authenticate the signature, he was in a position to comment on the signature and the content of this list and recognize several names mentioned thereon. The fact that the exhibit came or did not come from Serbia is irrelevant to the issue of admissibility. The panel is satisfied that the requirements of Rule 138.1 are met. The extent to which the witness was able to authenticate this list and meaningfully comment on its contents or confirm the truth or accuracy thereof will have to be taken into account when deciding upon the weight and probative value to attach to it. In light of the foregoing and pursuant to Article 40, Sub 6H of the law and Rule 138.1 of the rules, Exhibit P711 MFI bearing ERN U001-7854 to U001-7858 and its English translation are admitted. The panel asks the court officer to change the evidence status to admitted and to assign it a P number. That ends the order. Madam Usher, you may go in and bring the witness into the courtroom. All right, witness, we will continue now with the direct examination by the prosecution. Remember, you are still under the obligation to tell the truth, as you stated earlier. Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, witness. When we left off before the break, we were talking about the time period before March and then after June. Can you tell the panel what happened in March of 1999 to your group, to KVM, not just the Human Rights Division, to all of KVM, in relation to being located in Kosovo?
The security situation deteriorated substantially after the failed agreements in Rambouillet at the end of February 1999. And in March, we saw an increasing buildup of Serbian forces coming into Kosovo and engaging in battles. And this precipitated the withdrawal of the KVM. The situation was just too unsafe to remain, and the level of violence and of the armed conflict seemed to be increasing substantially.
So when you all left, did you have any warning about when you were going to leave? And if so, did you do any planning to withdraw your offices?
About a week or so, there was a lot of discussion of whether we were going to withdraw or not. And then in the week or so before the withdrawal, it was very clear that we would be. We did not know the exact time, although there were discussions in place with the Serbian authorities, who were then responsible for our security, to ensure safe passage out. During those final days, we shredded a lot of documents, burned a lot of documents because of the limited amount of space in the vehicles to carry things out. And with regards to the Human Rights Division, we were able to withdraw the majority of our documents, as well as we took the hard drives out of our computers.
And did you take those hard drives and documents from the Human Rights Division with you when you left Kosovo?
Yes, they were in my vehicle. I can't remember who else was in the vehicle. We were assigned vehicles. There was one or two other human rights colleagues in the vehicle with me. We withdrew the materials, and then they followed me around until they were ultimately handed over to another part of the OSCE, meaning that they stayed in apartments that I rented or in office space that we had during that period.
And if you can tell the panel briefly, what did you continue to do work related to human rights in Kosovo while you were not in country, so when you pulled out of Kosovo?
When we withdrew from Kosovo, the KVM first went to Skopje, Macedonia. And from there, the majority of the staff, 1,800 or so, were repatriated. The remaining staff was transformed into task forces to assist with the humanitarian crisis that was unfolding after the forced displacement of the majority of Albanians from Kosovo into the wilderness of Albania. And in Macedonia, it took some time for camps to be established in those locations. So we were deployed assisting UNHCR, et cetera. Once those camps were set up, and even during that period, we had begun taking statements from refugees who were victims or direct witnesses to violence that was occurring in Kosovo in their villages as they left.
And you mentioned refugees and camps. Were those also referred to as refugee camps?
Yes, refugees either went into camps that were usually run by the host governments or UNHCR, and they also went in to host families, other Albanian families that would open their home for the Kosovars as they were being forced out of Kosovo.
Now, you described that a large majority of the KVM workforce that was in country was repatriated home. but you also mentioned some of the human rights division work continued. How much of your division was intact when you left Kosovo, but were in either Macedonia or Albania?
When we left Kosovo, we had about 75 human rights officers. They largely remained intact during the summer months during the refugee crisis, and were deployed to either Albania or to Macedonia in order to continue the human rights work by speaking to refugees in either camps or host families.
And was that the majority of your work starting in the March-April timeframe of speaking with refugees about human rights issues?
Yes, at this point we were liaisoning very closely with investigators from ICTY. I had had quite a bit of experience managing large volumes of information in previous jobs. This was a little bit before computers were so widespread or even in use. So we came up with standardized forms in which to collect the information and organize teams that were then deployed to the camps and lived in the communities.
And in terms of your reporting, were you still doing the same kind of situation report, daily report, weekly report that you described to us when you were in country, or did your documentation change besides the forms that you've just described to us?
The majority of the reporting changed substantially, and the reporting that would have been going to Vienna was very much about where refugees were spread throughout Kosovo, or excuse me, throughout Albania and Macedonia, about their situation, reporting on the arrival of UNHCR and other aid agencies. We were not at that point sharing information that we were receiving from refugees about their statements of what they saw as they departed Kosovo.
Did there come a point where your organization changed, like within OSC, and you shifted from being KVM to something else?
Shortly after the withdrawal, since we were no longer in Kosovo, there was a OSCE decision by the governing body in Vienna to create this task force for Albania. I can't remember what it was called in Macedonia. I assume it was analogous. And then those task forces were empowered to assist on the humanitarian side, and then also to continue the human rights monitoring and reporting from Kosovo through the refugees in the camps and host families.
And did there come a point after you were out, or around the time you went back into country, where you became OMIC, the OSCE mission in Kosovo?
OMIC was the creation of the UN Security Council resolution that followed the conclusion of the hostilities, where Kosovo was put under UN administration, no longer having a functioning government, and had 4 different pillars. One pillar was the humanitarian pillar, which was headed and chaired by UNHCR, the head of whom was given a deputy secretary or a special representative of security, the special representative of the Secretary General. Another pillar was the European Union, which was responsible for reconstruction of Kosovo, getting the business, getting the economy back going. Then you had the UN Civil Administration, which was a temporary authority until such time that there were elections. And then OSCE's pillar was on human rights, developing a police school, rule of law, democratization types of activities. And that was OMIC, excuse me.
And who was appointed as the head of OMIC?
Initially, I think Kåre Altervåg, who was a Norwegian diplomat, was the head of that, and then for a few weeks, and then Ambassador Dan Everts from the Netherlands was appointed as the head of mission.
And do you recall what time frame that was when Ambassador Everts was appointed?
I can't remember when he was appointed. I think he arrived in Kosovo late July, early August.
Backing up, when you're not in country, had you encountered Ambassador Everts when your team pulled out of Kosovo?
Yes, Ambassador Everts was the head of the OSCE mission in Albania, the adjoining country to Kosovo. And that was more of a traditional OSCE mission, which was to assist the government in rule of law types of activities.
So when your team came out, and I'm sorry, did you tell us where you personally were based? Was it, you said initially Macedonia, did you travel at all to Albania during this time frame?
I was appointed as the deputy to the task force in Albania, where the majority of the refugees appeared to be going, at least all those on the eastern, or the western portion. And I was at the same time moving between Macedonia and also the headquarters in Vienna, but there was a time when I had substantial weeks in Albania.
So did you meet Ambassador Everts before he was appointed as head of, before OMIC was even formed and before he was appointed when you went to Albania?
Yes. The head of the task force was Michel Maisonneuve, who had been the head of the regional office in Prizren. Under his instructions, we deployed to Tirana and then immediately met with Ambassador Everts.
At what time frame was this?
This would have been end of March, probably end of March, early April. I'm not exactly sure of the specific dates. 1999.
And so you've described to us what you were doing in that time that your team withdrew. Did there come a point where you and your team went back into Kosovo?
Yes. As the NATO air campaign started slowing down and peace talks started increasing, I was also involved in some of the planning for the Kosovo mission and what it would look like as part of this UN structure that I described. So I did have meetings in Vienna about that and where the Human Rights Department and some of the other, shall we say, softer side of the mission, how they would be laid out and how they would become operational.
And what was the plan for whether or not you and your team would go back into Kosovo?
It was agreed that we would go in as part of the advance team. There was a small team of us, maybe 6 or 8, from the OSCE that went back in immediately following the entry of the multinational force in Kosovo. We were part of, at the time, the UN SRSG was Sergio de Mello, and we were part of his advance team going into Kosovo.
And was there a decision made to bring back more of the human rights team at some point after the advance team went in?
Yes, OSCE has a very strong commitment to human rights, and all of its missions in some way cover human rights activities, treatment of the authorities, the governing bodies, et cetera, towards the civilian population. It was clear OSCE was going to continue that mandate. They'd had that mandate in many of the other Balkan countries following the breakup of Yugoslavia. So it was very apparent that we would be redeploying into Kosovo. And as I recall, I think almost all of the staff returned in. Maybe there was a few that didn't for personal reasons, but most of the staff did return into Kosovo.
And when was that? When did the bulk of the staff return to Kosovo to continue the human rights work?
think, as I said before, I think the peace agreements were in the middle of June. We entered a few days after the initial KFOR, which was the multinational force, before they entered. When I entered Kosovo, the VJ and MUP were still in Pristina, looting and stealing everything that they could. And once they officially had left, probably the third week of June, the last week of June 1999, then we were looking for accommodation, and as soon as we could find accommodation throughout Kosovo, we were bringing staff in. So staff were coming in pretty much daily after that.
And when you returned in country starting in June of 1999, did you resume the human rights work regarding people that were reported missing or detained?
Our initial focus when we went back into Kosovo was to try to quickly go to the locations of mass graves that we had identified during the summer months when we were interviewing refugees, where mass graves may be, as well as mass graves that may have been identified by coalition forces or ICTY. And so we went in and first tried to document where all the mass graves were. This was very difficult because returning Albanians obviously wanted to exhume the bodies and give them proper burials, so this was going on contemporaneously. Initially, we were looking at the conditions for returning refugees.
So it sounds like it was dual purpose. It was following up on reports of mass graves, which would be people that were either had been missing or you knew something, they had been killed, and simultaneously focusing on the refugees. Is that right?
That's right.
And when you first got back on the ground, if you can tell the panel, in that early time period from June to July of 1999, what were you finding as you kind of reconnected to what was going on on the ground in Kosovo about the human rights situation?
The Kosovo itself suffered differently depending on different parts of the province. Over in the western portion, there had been heavy fighting. This is Peć, Peja, Đakovica area. Very, very heavy fighting, and a lot of villages were badly destroyed. Refugees were flowing in across from the Albanian border to their villages, as you would expect, very distraught, very angry. Compared that, so the situation there was one of great suffering and great sorrow, as there was little accommodation for the returning refugees. The other side of the province in Gjilan had been pretty untouched as far as battle damage by the Serbian forces. So people returning there, Albanians returning there, were trying to restart their businesses and kind of rebuild their lives. In Pristina itself, there had been a lot of looting, a lot of stealing, and refugees were, again, coming in, but they did have places to live. So it was somewhat different. There was no law enforcement. There was no police at this point. The government had collapsed, so there was no functioning services. Albanians employed in the water system, electric grid, etc., tried to go back to their jobs. Many of them had been purged during the Serb period to try to keep these things going. There was quite a bit of chaos in the hospitals. A lot of the doctors were Serbian, afraid of what may happen to them. Albanians afraid to go to the hospital because there were Serb doctors, et cetera. So you had a lot of these tensions that you tended to focus on, these what I would consider, life-saving access to services was the initial thing that we looked at, as well as making sure that there was space for some of the other NGOs in the West where the damage was very bad to try to put shelters in place quickly.
Well, when you talk about the fact that there was not the kind of infrastructure that there had been before, did OMIC now, as it goes back in, have interlocutors that they connected with that seemed to be filling that vacuum of running things?
And again, it kind of varied where you were in Kosovo. When we went back in, I remember the first trip to Peć, Peja, Jakovica area. This would have been 4 or 5 days into the return, so late June, late mid-June. The security vacuum was quickly being filled by the only authority that was there at the time, and that was the UÇK. They were directing traffic in the western part of the country where they had much more of a prominence at that point. They were trying to find Albanians to run the electric, the sanitation, basic services. As I said, many of the Albanians had lost their jobs during the occupation by the Serbs. So there was an effort to try to get things re-going quite quickly. In the other parts of the country, the UÇK's presence came a little bit slower, but they nevertheless were stepping in to try to fill what at that point was a security vacuum. The multinational forces, the NATO forces that were in Kosovo, did not see policing as their function. So they're very reluctant to make arrests, although they subsequently did, but they lacked any capacity to manage prisons, police stations, anything like this. So those were filled quickly by UÇK or by Albanians that were appointed by the UÇK. They may not have been members of the organization.
Now, I want to focus on the time period once you're back in country and things are starting, your work is starting to, your work is continuing, I should say. So in the late June, July, August timeframe, that's the timeframe that I'm going to be talking about. Did you start to discern any trends or concerns about treatment of the different populations?
When we first got to Kosovo, as I said, the priority was to try to identify and document mass graves and exhumations as they were ongoing. Following that, we were looking at the situation for returnees to assist UNHCR. It was frankly quite futile because the refugees just returned home spontaneously. Then there was revenge, retaliation, acts of which we saw in the form of dead Serbian people showing up, dead Roma people showing up, who were believed by the local population to have collaborated with the Serbian authorities. So we started our monitoring increased naturally, organically, in the direction of the minorities. There was then an exodus beginning in the time period that you're discussing and then continuing through September and October of many of the minorities in Kosovo, fleeing to Serbia, Macedonia, etc. And then we started seeing the violence going a little bit more intra-ethnic, so Albanian on Albanian types of violence occurring.
And was your organization still focused on getting reports from individuals about these kinds of revenge and retaliation that you're describing, and then as it progressed to this Albanian on Albanian, allegations of violence, did you continue to get reports of that and document that?
Yes, as soon as we returned to Kosovo, we immediately began documenting everything. And we were under the UN umbrella at that time, so that was really the only authority inside Kosovo that was able to keep any kind of historical record of the events going on during that time period, bearing in mind there was no police, there was no functioning judiciary, there were judges, but as far as a functioning judiciary, that had also been suspended through the exodus of people. So yes, we were doing a lot of documentation, daily situation reports, very similar to what we had done beforehand, but perhaps a little bit broader because we were doing broader reporting for the UN. So we were documenting a lot of meetings with utilities, with the water board, with things that we didn't necessarily do before the war.
From that daily reporting that you were doing and the documentation, did you discern whether or not the persecution or the violence that you were seeing was organized or appeared to be systemic?
Your Honor, I'd like the foundation for that question, if I can, if I object.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Initially, everything was just chaos. It's the only way to describe it. There was just so much happening. People came back, their houses were destroyed, they were distraught, they got angry, they maybe beat somebody up. There was a lot of that. It was very difficult to discern what was crime and what may have been part of a more organized, systematic approach in those early days. I think as we were able to get more and more reporting coming in and we started looking at incidents and trends over weeks, we did start seeing some patterns emerge, yes.
And what were those patterns that you were seeing?
We were receiving a lot of reports about men dressed in black with UÇK signature insignias or people holding themselves out and announcing themselves to be members of the UÇK that were doing policing, that were appointing people to jobs, distributing property, apartments, things of this nature.
Were there also reports of UÇK abducting people during this time period?
There were, yes, there were reports of UÇK abducting people, arresting people, taking people for informative talks, of being involved in a plethora of activities from house burnings to threatening people, Serbian Roma, to leave the province. Across the board, we were hearing this, and it was coming from all provinces, all parts of Kosovo as the time progressed.
So not isolated to one area?
No, the initial reports were coming from the west, where the UÇK was handing out license plates and doing a lot of functions that a government would do. But then that quickly appeared in Gjilan, which was an area that the UÇK were not that active in prior to the conflict.
And at this time, when you were back in country, did you have, as an organization, connections with or the ability to meet with or raise these issues with the KLA?
It was actually very easy to do that because most of the mayors were appointed by the provisional government or the provisional authority as they were called, which was the UÇK leadership. And so yes, we were having regular contact with either known UÇK officials, or those that they had appointed.
And did you raise in this time period now, we're still in the June, July, August 1999 time period, did you personally raise any of these human rights issues with KLA leadership?
I'm just thinking because at that point, it was sometimes difficult to access the leadership because of the efforts to stand up a government, et cetera. So yes, these would have all been reported at the local level. Whether I myself during that period was involved in discussions with the high level, I'd have to really go back to some of the papers to see that. But certainly at the field level, there were daily interactions.
Then let's stick with that, at the field level. When raising these issues about people showing up with UCHECA in black with UCHECA insignia and taking people, what was the response that you would get from the local KLA leaders?
Once again, Judge, I mean, if you're talking about a local leader, who is it?
You can answer.
Okay. The response was consistent.
Judge, was that overruled, my objection? No, it just didn't show up on that.
Yes, it was overruled.
The response was consistent. There was a denial. The UCHECA local representatives that my staff would talk to would deny it. They would say that these were imposters, people dressing up as the UCHECA.
Did you ever receive reports, do you recall ever receiving reports from your local staff where you determined that there were actually imposters, either the KLA following up with you or other information coming in?
I don't remember any specific follow-up at all. At times, often the KLA interlocutor would say that they would look into it, and we would never hear anything back. Of course, the staff would go back to follow up, particularly as the time progressed and it became very apparent that OSCE was going to document what was happening and was intending to make public the documentation that it was receiving.
Was that the only explanation that your field staff would receive? Was it just that there were imposters? Were there any other explanations that were given? Or answers, I should say.
Yeah. These were criminals, gangs, criminal gangs, disgruntled, bereaved Kosovar Albanians, kind of a natural human response to the suffering that they had endured. And we were often told, that we should be focusing on the exhumations, the mass graves, and the crimes that were committed during the Serbian occupation, and that would be a better use of our time.
And you mentioned that these things were happening across Kosovo, not limited to one geographic area. Were there meetings with local KLA commanders across the Kosovo, or was it limited to one geographic area?
No, as I mentioned, the provisional government, the provisional authority, which was de facto the UCHECA at this point, I think the LDK had withdrawn from it, was appointing the head of the water board, appointing people in the hospital, was making appointments to some of the utilities, these basic services. So it was very easy to get messages to the UÇK by going to these officials. And then also they were still wearing uniforms at this point in time. Very busy. I think they were, genuinely trying to help restart and rebuild Kosovo. So there was a willingness on their part to meet with the international community.
Understood. My question is more just about those conversations you were having with the local commanders, or I should say your staff was having with the local commanders when they would raise these issues of men dressed in UÇK, with an UÇK insignia, taking people, and the response from the local commanders. My question is, was that limited to one particular geographic zone, or was that across Kosovo?
Thanks for repeating. It was across the province. There was really no area that we didn't hear that from.
So is it fair to say that that would be coordinated, that it was similar across all of the zones, not limited to one particular group of people or individual who gave you that explanation or that response?
Yes, and the patterns are well documented by OMIC in this regard. Allegations of UÇK uniformed men doing ABC. Fill in the blank.
Have you met Hashim Thaçi?
I have.
Can you tell us when and in what context?
I think I first met Mr. Thaçi with Ambassador Walker pre-evacuation. And then I also met him in Ambassador Everett's office or conference room. And I think I was also in some meetings with the UN that were held at the UN's office, at Bernard Kouchnier's office, the SRSG, and Mr. Thaçi would have been present.
Taking up the first time that you met him with Ambassador Walker, is that the only time that you met him before June of 1999, to your recollection?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And can you tell us what were the circumstances of that meeting?
It was surrounding, I believe, the withdrawal of the KVM.
Did you have any conversation with Mr. Thaçi at that time?
Nothing specific, no. I would have been a note taker for Ambassador Walker.
Understood. Then moving forward to the June 1999 through October 1999, did you have occasion to meet with Mr. Thaçi at that time?
I was in meetings, I believe, with Ambassador Everett and Mr. Thaçi. Certainly just prior to the release of our public reporting during this period, we made a démarche to him, told him what was going to be in the report, what some of the allegations were, etc.
And before we get there, when you first met with Mr. Thaçi, and I understand this wasn't an individual meeting with you, this is a meeting that you were with Ambassador Everett. Do you recall, can you tell us more specifically what time frame that would be? Was it early on when you first came back into country, or towards the end of the year, if you can recall?
I think it was not early on. It was October, November, maybe that time frame.
And do you know what Mr. Thaçi's position was at that time?
Mr. Thaçi was the head of the provisional government or provisional authority.
And did you know whether or not he had previously had a position within the KLA?
Yes, I believe he had.
Did you know what that position was?
I don't know the exact, I can't remember if he was a zone commander. I do know that he was contacted immediately following the Rachak massacre to facilitate movement of the bodies through different UÇK zones.
This was in January 1999?
Probably towards the end of January into February, end of January, I think the bodies were released.
And tell us about that interaction with Mr. Thaçi. What was asked of him and what did he do?
I was there. I think Ambassador Walker was making the request, and as I recall, the bodies had been moved to Pristina by the Serbian authorities, and they had crossed a zone, so there was maybe one or more zone commanders involved, and he was requested to ensure that there was no problems with the return of the bodies to the village. And then I think there was discussions around the funeral as well.
So was his involvement, did that have something to do with the fact that this matter crossed zones? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yes.
Can you explain what you mean to the panel?
As far as I understand the way the UÇK was set up at that time, there was 6 or 7 zones geographically dividing Kosovo, and if there was an interaction that happened in part of one zone and another, or you needed to cross a zone to transport bodies, for example, you would go above the zone commanders, and Mr. Thaçi was somebody that facilitated that.
I want to go back to the October, I think, November 1999 timeframe, when you said you had these additional meetings where you were there and Mr. Thaçi was there, and they were meetings with Ambassador Everts. Did the subject of human rights or the treatment of detainees or individuals within KLA control, did that come up at those meetings?
Yes. I also had met with him previously over a security incident that involved myself, but we had also had meetings about what we were finding, the reporting that was coming in.
Well, let me take those in chronological order.
Okay.
Why don't you start with the meeting that you had with him about your security incident?
I believe that would have been October-ish, maybe early November. We were, and by we I mean myself and 1 or 2 other colleagues, were in the process of editing the what subsequently was a public report on the time period. And a lot of this work you would do at home at night, and I would do that particularly. I came home one night, it must have been about 7 or 8 o'clock at night. My apartment had been broken into. It had not been the first time that had happened. The door was wide open. There were 2 UÇK soldiers sitting at my table, my dining room table, going through my laptop computer. I ran. I ran back to the mission. I got security. Got a friend. By the time we returned, they had gone. This was an issue that Dan Everts did raise with the KLA leadership, who, of course, denied that it was their soldiers. These were people dressed up like them, and that was the end of that.
If we can pull up 013312 to 013334 RED, and it's the same for the Albanian. Going to page 013324. And if we can focus in on paragraphs 36 and 37. So you note in paragraph 36 that there had been, there was a first incident where KLA was written on your door because where you were staying, you were living in a Serb-owned apartment.
That's correct.
And that in response, you put a big OSCE sign on your door.
That's correct.
And then that issue, if you can just tell us, you say that issue was elevated to the KLA. So what happened with that?
This was something that was happening not just to me, but many of the internationals that came back. Housing was very hard to find, as I mentioned, less so in Pristina. There were a lot of apartments. Many Serbians asked us to rent their apartments to protect them, protect the apartment itself. I had one of those apartments, so it was not unusual as the UÇK had possession of the property records. There were a fair number of evictions that were going on. This was throughout Kosovo. And they would write on the doors those apartments that they claimed. Mine was one of them. OSCE staff were instructed to put signs, OSCE signs on the door. I think other international organizations did the same thing, the UN, etc. Corey Eltervog, who was the Norwegian representative, the de facto head of mission prior to the arrival of Dan Everett, did raise the issue with the UÇK because it was happening not just to me, but it was a pattern. And that they respect these signs and not evict the people. It did last for a few weeks, but then, as I said, sometime later, they had broken into my apartment and I subsequently relocated.
And in that incident where you walked in and saw two KLA individuals in your apartment looking at your computer, and you've told us that you were preparing this report that eventually became public. Was it your understanding that it was raised with Mr. Thaçi himself?
Yeah, yes. Yes.
And what was his response?
This was not the UÇK. This was people impersonating them.
What were your observations of the KLA's control at that time? And with the time frame I'm talking about is the time frame of when this break-in happened at your apartment.
From the moment the hostilities stopped until the end of the year, the UÇK was gaining more and more and more authority as they filled the vacuums. I mean, there was a huge security vacuum. Despite the presence of NATO forces, there was a huge political vacuum because there was no elected authority. So my impression was that the UÇK were filling in these security political vacuums, utilities, everything that I've mentioned. They were doing it by making direct appointments, appointing their own people, and when you would be introduced or you would go into a village and meet the new mayor would, be quite proud of saying that he had been appointed by Mr. Thaçi. So my impression was that the UÇK, during the time period you're discussing, stepped in and filled the vacuums that were vacant as a result of the Serbian withdrawal and the absence of any international presence.
And based on that stepping in, from your observations, was how would an imposter situation be handled?
This was always something I found very difficult to accept because the UÇK was a proud organization. They felt that they had, contributed substantially to the liberation of Kosovo, that they had been instrumental in bringing NATO forces to bear. And then when after everybody, the Kosovo Albanians returned, that they were filling in these voids. And I personally found it very hard to believe that they would tolerate a criminal gang or others going around and dressing like them and committing crimes in their name. Of course, that would happen occasionally. There's no doubt, I'm sure it did. But the patterns that we saw over the duration of the reporting that's now public made it very difficult to believe that that was the case for me.
I want to continue with your meetings with Mr. Thaçi. You've talked about the meeting that happened in response to the break-in where 2 KLA soldiers were at your computer. What was the next time that you recall meeting with Mr. Thaçi? And my question, I think, from before was, did you discuss human rights issues with him?
Yeah, I mean, I would have been whenever Dan Everts would have been meeting with the KLA leadership, including Mr. Thaçi, and human rights was on the agenda, he would have me there. Similarly, if elections were on the agenda, he would have the head of elections there. Or the police, he'd have the police school there. So he's very systematic in that, making sure that the substantive responsibilities were covered by whatever director was responsible. The only other meeting, so there may have been other meetings, but the one that stands out the most is the one prior to the release of the report, where, as I said, we provided notice and informed Mr. Thaçi about the report, when it was going to be released, and what some of the findings and the concerns were. And that, frankly, covered the entire plethora of human rights issues. Everything from killings to access to hospitals, to freedom of movement in the north, in Mitrovica, just everything.
And when you briefed Mr. Thaçi on this report and what the findings were going to be, what was his response?
Well, I think, he took great issue at the allegations for people that were wearing UÇK uniforms, continuing the persistent line that these were not UÇK, these were opportunistic people wearing the uniform to commit crimes, etc. He would have been asked to follow up on specific incidents. That was the general practice. And we never received anything that I'm aware of indicating that, they had investigated these things. He'd also, the UÇK at this point would have been saying that policing is no longer their responsibility. It is the responsibility of KFOR, which was the multinational force, or the UNMIK, the UN mission in Kosovo, which wouldn't have had very many police on the ground at that point in time. And that there was also criminality involved. And again, I think, it was very frustrating for the UÇK that their conduct was being reviewed in light of the really all-encompassing humanitarian law violations that had been committed by the Serbian authorities.
If we can pull up 076826 to 076840, and it's the same in Albanian. And going specifically to page 076831. And looking at paragraph 21, if we can make sure that full paragraph is on the screen. Now, in looking at that paragraph, it talks about a meeting that you had with Ambassador Everett and Mr. Thaçi, and also someone else named Cheku. Can you tell us who that person was?
Agum Cheku was the commander of the uniformed UÇK.
And it puts the time frame of this meeting in the middle of that paragraph in about August of 1999, where you were raising issues along with another individual, Craig Jennis. Can you tell us who that is?
Craig Jennis is a Canadian diplomat who was the deputy for Dan Everett at OMIC.
And it describes at this meeting that you were raising these human rights issues, but that Mr. Everett was not, and specifically this detail in here, that he was staring at a bird cage while these issues were being discussed. Can you explain to the panel your recollection of that meeting?
He would have just joined the mission at that point, or had not been in country very long. So I would have carried most of the substance of it.
Understood. You also say at the beginning of that he was uncomfortable raising these issues. Is that still your assessment of things?
Yeah, I mean, Dan Everett had a really impossible job, being responsible for, rebuilding a police force through a police school, elections, helping to stand up a government, and then the human rights issues. So he was part of the structure that was very much trying to bring the Albanians back into a functioning government and getting them to work together a lot. The UÇK was, at this point in time, certainly the more dominant force on the ground, and raising issues about their behavior, crimes that they may have been committing, issues of disappearances, things of this nature were really kind of uncomfortable, particularly when you knew beforehand that the answer was going to be that, they really didn't know anything. So it was difficult for him, for Ambassador Everett.
And it says here also that there were about 5 or 6 occasions. Is that still your recollection, that this was not a one-time conversation where you were there with Ambassador Everett and Hashim Thaçi and Agim Cheku?
I'm not sure that Mr. Cheku and Mr. Thaçi would have been together in every one of those meetings. That would have been a bit unusual because they were the senior men at that particular point in time. But yes, I think I met with them a few times with Ambassador Everett.
And was the response generally the same on each occasion?
Yes. Frustration at having these issues raised when there were so many other things consuming their time. These were imposters, these were criminal gangs at play.
And as it says here at the end, do you ever recall any follow-up from Mr. Thaçi or Mr. Cheku after you raised these issues?
Excuse me, Your Honor, I mean, it would be helpful if of course, they read what was actually said from Thaçi. He said, why do we do this to our own people? That was left out. That's fine. Thank you.
You can certainly raise that on cross-examination, but it's not part of this examination. Go ahead, madam.
No, I certainly don't remember information being provided that could close a case. No, I don't remember them providing anything more than the rhetoric that this was not our people.
I want to turn to this report that you keep mentioning. Did there come a time at the end of 1999 where OMIC or OSCE issued a report with findings and information that it had gathered over the course of its time in Kosovo?
The OSCE in, I believe it was December 1999, issued 2 reports. The first report covered the time period from October 1998 until the mission's withdrawal. And that was one part of it. And then the second part of that report covered the what was discovered and reported back to OSCE from refugees. So those 2 time periods were covered in Volume 1. When we went back into Kosovo, never in a million years did I think that we would be writing a second report. The second report came about because of the deteriorating and worsening situation for minorities, this being the Serbs and the Roma, Gorani, Muslim Slavs, etc. And the reports were, and that period, covered from, I think, June until the demilitarization of the UÇK, which was sometime in September, October, maybe. I think it was extended to October. So it covered that period of time. Both reports were released simultaneously in several locations, Pristina being one of them.
And prior to their release, is this the report that you were talking about, that you met with Ambassador Everts and Mr. Thaçi to go over what the findings or the information in the report would be?
Yes.
Did that relate to a specific volume or specific part of the volume as you've described it?
Well, I mean, we would have discussed both reports because both reports included statements that were given to the OSCE about the UÇK. So they would have both been raised, but certainly the attention and the concern for the UÇK was on the second report.
Can you tell the panel what the name of the report is?
The first report is As Seen As Told Part 1, and the second report is As Seen As Told Part 2.
Are they also called Volume 1 and Volume 2?
Yes, they are.
Were you involved in compiling both volumes of those reports?
Yes, I was the first volume of the report. All of that data was sent to Warsaw, to the office that I used to work at. And some of my team, the human rights team, was deployed to Warsaw to help draft that report. I did the final sign-off on each chapter and the final edit on each chapter of the first report. I wrote 1 or 2 sections of the first report, I think primarily detailing the methodology and the way the information was collected. The second report was drafted first by the 5 regional offices, and they were not all native English speakers. So Alison Jolly, who is an outstanding human rights practitioner, and had been in Geelong, came and helped rewrite and do most of the rewriting on the second report. It was just a lot of non-English writing skills and things, so just needed to be tidied up a bit. And then I did the final sign-off on that report as well from the Human Rights Division. And I drafted, I think, 1 or 2 chapters in the second report, again, focusing on kind of the methodology and how the report was compiled.
And can you tell the panel briefly the methodology and how the report was compiled, taking it one volume at a time?
Sure. The first volume covered two discrete time periods. So one was the time period when we first started in October 1998 until March. And those were the reports that we were getting from human rights officers around Kosovo of what was happening. They certainly focused primarily on the Serbian occupation, although there was documentation, as you've referenced, about UÇK, primarily detention facilities, arbitrary arrests, things of this nature. That report, we pulled all our information out when we left, so it was based on the actual documents that we took out of Kosovo. And then also it was, the other part of that report was based on 1,700, I think, or 2,700, I'd have to look at the report, refugee statements that were given. That first report is laid out by human rights violation, by communities specifically impacted, vulnerable groups, minorities, women, etc. And then is a geographical breakdown of what we were told by refugees, village by village. And that's the first report. The methodology is the same in both. You're looking at international human rights standards that bind all members of the OSCE. These are all that you would expect, the UN documents, ICCPR, etc., the European documents, as well as what there may have been in local Yugoslav law. The second, is that okay on the first?
Sure, if I have any follow-ups, I'll ask.
The second report was based on when we went back into Kosovo and we deployed out, and all of the reporting we were getting from the 5 regions. Obviously, I was much more involved in that. I was living in Kosovo. I was there. I was on the ground. I was in the regions. I was working hand in glove with the different human rights officers. And that report is laid out geographically according to the 5 areas that OSCE worked in, which aligned with the multinational forces because they all had different policies and procedures, and the UN. That report is laid out geographically, and then it has a few annexes. One annex is basically a day-by-day accounting of the reports that we took in. As I mentioned, there was no authority in Kosovo when we went back. The OSCE believed that we were the only ones really documenting this information, and so for historical reasons, we wanted to make sure it was put on paper somewhere. And then there was an annex that focused on killings and arbitrary detentions, which were the most egregious of the human rights violations during that time period, as well as an annex on the exhumations that I referenced earlier. Same methodology, international instruments, responsibilities. Because the UÇK was holding itself out to be a government, was behaving like a government, was holding territory, although they were not a member state per se as defined, they were held to the same standards as was customary and is customary during now.
So I just want to make sure we understand that the basis the facts that are contained in this report, where did that information come from? Where was it documented?
The second report?
For both, taking them one at a time, each volume.
The first volume was based on reporting done by OSCE members inside Kosovo. Those documents were taken out when we evacuated as much as we could take them out. And it was also based on several thousand statements taken in the refugee camps in Albania and Macedonia. All of those documents were transferred to Poland, and the report was drafted up there based on those documents and only on those documents. The second report was based on reports that we had inside Kosovo that we were receiving from our human rights officers, as well as meetings that they may have been attending with the UN and KFOR.
So is it fair to say, though, that the information, the basis was from OSCE information that it had intaken, as well as for some of the stuff in Volume 2, information it had gotten from working with other international organizations that were working in the space as well?
Yes, in Volume 2 we had more time. We also had, we were under a lot of pressure and understandably so and rightfully so, to make sure that the allegations that were included, particularly concerning the UÇK, because of their position that they were not involved in any of these things, that they were really what we refer to as well-founded allegations. And they are only allegations. Well-founded allegations means that they were triangulated as much as we could triangulate them in the field. So, report of a missing person comes in to a human rights officer. They go to KFOR to see if KFOR has that report. They may then go to ICRC. They may then go to whoever the local authorities are. Often the church boards and different organizations would keep track of missing people as well. Talk to the family, etc. So there would be some triangulation. It's not just writing down what someone told you and off it goes into a report. That was not the case at all. And on the second report, we were also able to send information back out to the field to get them to verify it. So the annex that I talked about that has a chronology of things that came in, that was sent back out to the field to verify all of this information, to double check dates, and to be sure that those allegations were as well-founded as they could be.
Speaking of that, can we pull up P00006? And there's only an English version, so if you can take a look at this, what's entitled Interoffice Memorandum from you to the Jalan Human Rights Team in mid-September 1999. Can you tell us what this is?
Yeah, this looks like me sending out the chronology of events as we've now compiled them, as we start drafting some of the parts for the second report, for them to verify the information, as well as to get some additional information in the first part on those specific areas.
And do you see that handwriting there where it says, it has an October date and it says first draft? Is that your handwriting?
No, it is not my handwriting.
Do you have an understanding of what first draft refers to?
First draft would have been the first draft of the section for Jalan of the report.
And when you say the report, you mean as seen as told volume 2?
Correct.
So this is the example that you were just telling us about of you sending out information to the field for them to re-verify it?
Yes.
We can take that down, and I'd ask to bring up SITF 00001529 to 00001871. And if we can just, I realize that this is page by page on the screen, and I'm not going to go through each one, but if we can just, if you can look at that table of contents, so if we can go from the first page to the second page. And it lists those sections that you were just telling us about, and then as well those annexes with the chronology, the human rights violations, and the grave sites or exhumations that you mentioned. So this is the outline of Volume 2 as you've described it. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. If we can pull up Volume 1, which is in two parts. SPOE 00198 to SPOE 00198 first. And if we can just similarly go through the table of contents, so just I think onto the second page of this. And I think for this one, it goes onto the third page, yes. So, again, understanding that you're just looking at the table of contents, this is part 1 of Volume 1, is that right?
This is Volume 1.
Okay, so this is the table of contents for all of Volume 1.
That's correct.
And if we can bring back up, I apologize, if we can bring back up Volume 2, which is SITF 00001529 to SITF 00001871. And if we can go specifically to SITF 00001571. On this page, in the paragraph just above the heading, that heading C, if you can look at that paragraph, it describes, in sharp contrast to the period before the conflict, there was strong and highly visible UÇK presence in the Jalan area. And I think you mentioned that earlier, that there had been a marked difference between before you withdrew and then when you all re-entered in June of 1999.
That's correct.
And specifically here, it talks about, there's an example of the takeover of different public buildings, and it includes the occupation of a former boarding school known as the Internat, a building said to be used as an UÇK detention facility. Do you recall having information at the time about the KLA using the Internat or a boarding school dormitory as a detention facility?
Yes. Allison Jolly or Claudia Mosier, I can't tell the specific date, would have been, early October, okay, no. Either Allison Jolly or Claudia Mosier would have been in Jalan during this time, both, top-tier human rights professionals, and talked about this. I do remember it, yes.
I think you had mentioned Allison Jolly to us before. I think this is the first time Miss Mosier's name has come up. During what period was she there?
Claudia Mosier was also a field coordinator and was deputy when Suzanne Ringard wasn't there. She was part of the KVM, so she had been in Jalan before the conflict, before the NATO campaign, as well as after the NATO campaign. A Swiss national.
Madam Prosecutor, I'm not sure, but I think there might be a little confusion. The SITF document that ends in 1871, you've referred to it once as an outline and once as a table of contents in your questioning. Which one is it? Or is it both?
It's neither, Your Honor. I think what I was doing
For
was...
volume 2, by the way.
Volume 2, the first few pages are a table of contents,
Okay,
but the entire document is that volume, and so just the
I'll
first
take-
few.
In the record, it says outlined in one place, then it says table of contents.
It is table of contents, the first few pages, as titled exactly in the
And
document, Your Honor.
volume 1 is the SPOE documents.
That's
and-
correct.
And that's the same table of contents.
It is.
Only for volume 1.
It is.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Sorry for the confusion, Your Honor. If we can move to SITF 0001581 to 1582 as the specific page within the document that's already up on the screen. Starting at the bottom of page 1581. And if you can just look at that last paragraph, where it's the title heading number 4 is physical integrity. And in the middle of that final paragraph, it says, again, the trend was apparent immediately on 19 June, which is, I believe, at the beginning of when you all first came back into country. A Kosovo Serb male was ill-treated during an unlawful detention by 4 or 5 alleged UÇK members. The victim was released on 22 June with cuts on his face and broken teeth. And then there's a footnote there. Can you tell us what that footnote refers to?
This is the citation, GN/GN/. That is the number of the file. It's in the Jalan region, in Jalan town. File number 13, 1999. So that would have been the file that was opened and would have most likely names contained in it and more detail.
Okay. And then it continues on, also on 19 June 5, Kosovo Albanian civilians wearing green camouflage uniforms with UÇK insignia stopped a Kosovo Serb man in the street in daylight, and it continues to the top of the next page. And it says daylight hours, and forced him to hand over money. And again, I'm not going to have you read each footnote, but it goes on in the paragraph to detail another incident on the 28th of June. An UÇK insignia was placed on the shop of a Kosovo Serb. The shop was also looted and the owner ill-treated by perpetrators wearing UÇK uniforms. And then the last sentence of this paragraph, UÇK involvement in June was much in evidence. Every report of ill treatment from the 19th of June to the 1st of July alleged that the perpetrators were UÇK. So in terms of that time period and those reports, those were footnoted. So were those based on reports that you were getting of information in the area and that you've described to us that you triangulated before putting it into this report?
Yes, I believe those would have been at that early time. I think Claudia Mosier went back in with me in the days following the end of NATO. Immediately, she went to Geelong. She had been there before the NATO campaign. Meticulous record keeper. So yes, I have very high level of confidence that those documents, she prepared them, she opened files, and she would have triangulated them. That early period, it would have been not many people to triangulate with, certainly KFOR, as well as whoever local authorities, the local mayor, whoever the elders were in that particular community would have been who she would have spoken to.
Madam Prosecutor, it's time for the day. Witness, thank you for your attendance today. You will have to be back again tomorrow. We will begin at 9 o'clock. And thank you for your attention to all of this. The court usher will escort you out of the room. Remember the solemn declaration that you took this morning, and do not speak to anybody about the case.
Yes, sir.
Do you have something?
Yes, Your Honour. Well, I had a question to find out how long the prosecutor expects to be.
How much more time do you need?
I think I might just, with the documents, maybe 45 minutes or so. I'm really focused on the documents now, so these two reports and then a few other documents.
Thank you.
And then, handily, I will be less time than I expected, so maybe 45 minutes myself to an hour.
You have that distinct pleasure of starting with me.
Okay. And then we'll go in the regular order, all right? And Mr. Roberts?
No update from the hour and a half previously advertised, but I'll obviously take into consideration what happens tomorrow.
And I didn't ask you, Mr. Keogh, time.
Lots. All of it.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ellis, Ms. Alejandra.
Your Honour, we gave a range, I think, of either of between an hour and a half to 2 hours. I'm towards the bottom end of that.
Okay, thank you very much, all. So we are adjourned until tomorrow at 9 a.m.
All rise.